Hello, my name is Darksun, though I also go by Koa, and welcome to the speedrun demonstration of a Generation 3 Pokemon game challenge to complete a Living Pokedex. This is a commentated video. If you would prefer to see the version without commentary, see the description. I will start with an introduction to this run, and then provide commentary interspersed throughout the rest of the video. I hope you enjoy it. First things first, I'll explain the broad rule set, which is the following. 7 players simultaneously play through all mainline Gen 3 Pokemon games: Ruby, Sapphire, Colosseum, FireRed, LeafGreen, Emerald, and XD. Players collaborate to compile a Living Dex of 381 out of 386 Pokemon spread across all games. The Pokemon excluded from this count are Mew, Ho-Oh, Celebi, Jirachi, and Deoxys. A Pokemon is obtained if it is viewable in the box, party, or Purification Chamber, and is not a Shadow Pokémon. Timing starts at power on and ends upon the final game obtaining the final Pokemon. No glitches are used. This includes the Pomeg glitch, cloning, ball duping, X-item swapping, etc. No RNG manipulation is used. The video will shift focus from time to time, and the tracker will update with a colored square corresponding to which game has obtained the final Pokemon to fulfill its requirement. And finally, the runs shown are performed by one person, myself. So this is a segmented demonstration, not a true RTA run. Okay, now for the long version. Despite the Pokemon series dropping their Gotta Catch 'em all slogan upon the release of Gen 3, finding and catching them all remained a strong motivation for players at the time, including myself. Interacting with friends also remained core to the series, being more prominent than ever. From nabbing the trade-only evolutions to battling assembled teams against each other, these interactions captured my childhood wonder, remaining nostalgic to this day. Pokemon Ruby was my first Pokemon game, and I've loved all of Generation 3 ever since. Come the rise of the speedrunning scene in the 2010s, Pokemon was, of course, a beloved inclusion, alongside other Nintendo classics. Speedrunning adds a new dimension of play with focus on an in-depth understanding of core game mechanics, and infamously, a great deal of patience navigating RNG. Today, the run I have put together attempts to blend those elements of Pokemon collection, collaboration, and speedrunning. The objective is simple. If you gathered yourself and 6 friends, each of you armed with one of the 7 Gen 3 games, how fast could you collectively complete a Living Dex? This objective was impossible at the start of Gen 3. Ruby and Sapphire released with only 200 Pokemon available of the total 386. Subsequent releases of the GameCube titles Colosseum and XD, as well as the expanded profiles of Emerald and the Gen 1 remakes FireRed and LeafGreen, round out the available catches to 382 among these 7 games. This total excludes mythical Pokemon which were, and still broadly are, exclusive to limited time in real-life events or glitches. Of course, there are some rules and exceptions in this run. In the spirit of the original intended method of play, I will not be performing any glitches. This includes the famously broken Emerald glitches, the Pomeg glitch, cloning, etc., as well as those in Colosseum, ball duping and applying X items to a partner. Similarly, RNG manipulation is excluded. RNG manipulation is a very powerful tool for runners, but I find it to be too inconsistent for myself and not quite in the spirit of the run. The timer starts on power on for all 7 games and ends upon the last game obtaining the final catch. I define an obtained Pokemon to be viewable in the box, party, or Purification Chamber, and free to be traded to other games, so no unpurified Shadow Pokémon. Since this is a Living Dex, all individual Pokemon must be viewable at the end of the run. As mentioned before, 4 of the 386 Pokemon are strictly unavailable in the 7 main Gen 3 games without glitches or connection to other external games or events. Mew, Celebi, Jirachi, and Deoxys will not be obtained. Additionally, as a result of this timing method and routing, collecting 1 additional Pokemon would extend this challenge further than I'd like: Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is available in Colosseum as a reward for 100% completion. It requires snagging and purification of all 48 Shadow Pokemon, as well as completion of the Mount Battle 100 Battle Challenge. Current speedruns that obtain Ho-Oh, among other objectives, are 16 to 20 hours long. The time for all other games in my run is about 7 hours. Since obtaining Ho-Oh would likely extend this run by at least a few hours, I will not be doing so. I feel like this keeps to the spirit of the remaining games which do complete a significant portion of their content, but without being forced to 100% completion. This allows for additional flexibility in overall routing. A 7 to 8 hour run is already quite long for most speedruns, so this is the concession of this challenge. Only 381 out of the 386 obtained. This is a demonstration run, played by me in chunks and then pasted together. Each game contains a significant potential for time variation, as is normal for Pokemon games involving specific catches. For example, in the run, compare how long it takes Ruby to just find Wailord to how quickly it catches all 3 Reggies. As a result, lining up trade timings across each game was a bit difficult. Cuts are made between some loading zones, battle starts, etc. to accommodate proper timing, RNG, and for taking breaks. The end result is a labor of love that has taken me over a year of theory crafting, routing, testing, running, recording, and editing to produce. It's not perfect, and the end time can certainly be brought down. In my first attempts at this challenge over 2 years ago, I had hoped to get below 9 hours. In getting below 7 hours 30 minutes, I smashed my expectations, and I'm very happy where everything ended up. There were hundreds of decisions to make over such a massive run, from rare candy usage and distribution, to Feebas hunting and evolution strategies, to Purification Chamber setups. This is not to mention how to decide which game gets a Pokemon which is available across many games and tracking such catches. I hope to cover many of these points throughout the rest of the video. Alright, let's get started with the bulk of the run. So, first things first, we'll notice the layout of the video. We'll see Pokemon Ruby on the top left, followed by Sapphire below it, Colosseum below that, and then FireRed, LeafGreen, and XD on the right. Currently we have Pokemon Emerald in the middle of the screen, but this focus will shift throughout the run based on what particular events are going on for each particular game. In addition to this, we'll see at the center of the screen below Emerald is a tracker for all the Pokemon in the game. And as we obtain kind of the final forms of each mon, they will be marked in appropriate colors that match each game that they correspond to. So currently we see Pokemon Colosseum is the only game that has the final form of any Pokemon of Espeon and Umbreon, and they will be marked yellow. We'll see Ruby and FireRed will be red, Sapphire will be blue, Emerald and LeafGreen will be green, and XD will be purple. In addition to this, we'll also see that both Ruby and Sapphire are actually going to the Pokemon Center to trade right now. So one interesting challenge that we see throughout this run, or especially at the very beginning, is the question about starters. So of course with the Hoenn and Kanto starters, you can only get one of each of them at the very beginning of the game. Johto starters are a bit different. As we can see, there are multiple ways of getting them in the mainline games. But as for the Hoenn starters, our only option really at this point is to get them at the very beginning. And if you've ever seen any speedruns of the Hoenn games, you may know that Mudkip is the best starter for getting through all of the story fights. There are routes that do exist for Trico and Torchic, but it's very difficult to get through the game relatively quickly without RNG manipulation to get a really good stats as well as good hidden power. So what we're seeing right now is both Ruby and Sapphire are waiting for Emerald to get 2 catches, which it looks like it just did, got Wurmple, as well as Poochyena. And Emerald will use these 2 catches to trade with both Ruby and Sapphire for Trico and Torchic. And we'll see once Ruby and Sapphire trade their starters over, they will both reset and start with their own Mudkip. Similarly, on the right, we'll see that FireRed and LeafGreen are doing basically the exact same thing. So FireRed has captured Rattata, and we'll be using that, and actually the Pidgey that I caught prior and trade with LeafGreen in order to get Bulbasaur into FireRed. Now, FireRed and LeafGreen are a bit different in that speedrun routes for getting through main story fights are actually viable with both Charizard and Blastoise. And so in this scenario, LeafGreen will trade Bulbasaur over to FireRed, and then reset itself and start with Squirtle. So FireRed will be playing through primarily with Charizard, and then LeafGreen will be playing through with Blastoise. Now, while all of this has been going on, and in fact in all of the games, we've been checking the stats of all the starters. So in this case, the Mudkip for Emerald, the Charmander for FireRed, Espeon for Colosseum, and the Eevee, and now the Teddiursa just after this cutscene for XD. There are a lot of different ranges that are viable and not viable for certain fights. In general, we want high attacking stats as well as high speed in order to get through the battles relatively quickly. Another point to note as these trades are going on is the starters that are traded over to the games that will not reset, so Emerald and FireRed, are actually holding items themselves. So Trico here is holding a potion, so is the Torchic that will be traded to Emerald, as well as this Bulbasaur that just arrived in FireRed. These are small benefits to Emerald and FireRed having the additional potions on hand. Not strictly necessary, but makes things a bit more consistent if we get unlucky with, say, the Brock fight in FireRed, as well as some additional fights in Emerald. Another point that we'll see throughout the run is actually what Colosseum is doing right now. So, as with many Pokemon speedruns, heavy use of X items is seen throughout. And this helps, again, to make fights either more consistent or faster. So we see Colosseum getting an absurd amount of X specials in order for Espeon and Anti-Flosion to use as necessary throughout the run. Especially in both Colosseum and XD, the use of X items is pretty nice for being able to have a power boost for one of the two Pokemon you have on the field at any particular time. Another thing that was not mentioned at the beginning that we do see with Ruby right now and upcoming with Sapphire is setting the time of day. So for the games which do have time-based events, so Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, their batteries are all dead. So time-based events do not progress in any of those games. As a result, we have to set the times for time-based events we do want to experience at the very beginning of the game. And this really only occurs for the Tide in Shoal Cave, as we'll see much later. Some Pokemon are exclusive to a basement floor room in Shoal Cave, as well as some items are only accessible in High Tide. One thing that I did learn while routing all of these games is learning all the locations of the hidden items throughout the world. So we see there in FireRed, and we'll see coming in LeafGreen, hidden antidotes and potions in Viridian Forest. Of course, these are items that you might find in speedruns of these games as well. But interesting to see how interspersed they are throughout the early game before you have the item finder. As we see with Emerald as well, this is our first instance of buying repels. So repel routing is pretty important throughout any Pokemon speedrun to make sure that you can get through the areas that you need to without triggering any additional encounters. Repel use will be a little bit lower than in traditional speedruns of the individual games, just because we will be catching some Pokemon along the way. Kind of the overall philosophy of routing these games in the context of catching a lot of Pokemon is understanding that early on in the game you aren't as well equipped to catch Pokemon reliably. You only have access to Pokeballs, and oftentimes you want to use that additional money for repels or other healing items. Ideally, you come back to, say, Viridian Forest with a Pokemon with False Swipe and many Ultra Balls or Net Balls even. This level of preparedness isn't always possible, so there will be kind of concessions throughout trying to line up Pokemon that we have in our party at the time to have just the right amount of power to not one-hit KO the wild Pokemon at the time, but also have something better than a Pokeball. Great Ball really strikes a good balance between price as well as effectiveness. Something better than a Pokeball, but not as pricey as an Ultra Ball. Additionally, we just saw in XD, we evolved our Eevee into Jolteon. So this is another difference from the speedrun of XD. So XD speedruns typically use Espeon as their starter. Espeon overall is a good Pokemon, as we'll see in Colosseum. Powerful special attack, decent speed and special defense, as well as of course the psychic typing having relatively good coverage throughout these fights. I think that Espeon would certainly still be a faster starter overall for XD, but there are certainly some benefits that we see with instead evolving our Eevee into Jolteon. The main benefit that we'll see is the move tutor in Agate can actually teach Thunder Wave to Jolteon, and so we have easy access basically right at the beginning of the game to a status condition that does not deal damage over time. So we can more easily paralyze our either wild Pokemon or Shadow Pokemon to make their catches a lot easier. And this is another through line that we'll see in both Colosseum and XD is and as you see in all speedruns compared to the GBA Pokemon games, these animations take a very long time. So if you are able to catch, for example, Colosseum right now, if you're able to catch the Quilava in one Great Ball rather than miss twice with a Pokeball and then finally catch it on the third try, you do save a lot of time. So in XD, having that reliable paralysis early on is really convenient for reliability of catches going forward. So in Ruby right now, we're actually seeing our first instance of a Zigzagoon catch. Now, if you've dug into, say, Bulbapedia or messed around with the pickup ability at all before, you may know, especially in Ruby and Sapphire, how powerful this special ability is. So all it is at the end of every successful battle that you have, if you have a Pokemon with pickup in your party, there's a 10% chance that that Pokemon picks up an item if it's not already carrying one. And especially in Ruby Sapphire, where there is no level gradient for what items you can find via pickup, you find a very useful option in getting additional rare candies. This is another kind of through line that we'll see throughout all of these runs, is the routing of experience and rare candies. Experience requirements are very high for certain Pokemon, namely the fossils as well as Dragonite. And being able to properly distribute rare candies such that we're kind of maximizing the amount of experience that we get out of each use is pretty important for again, the overall route. And Zigzagoon being able to pick up rare candies at a 10% rate per pickup proc can really help both Ruby and Sapphire get a leg up in time for their particular experience evolutions that they have to perform. So we have FireRed fighting Brock right now, coming up to the Onix. Some interesting behavior that we'll see both in this fight as well as the upcoming Roxanne fight for Emerald, and even in the Elite Four Bruno fight for both FireRed and LeafGreen, is how the enemy AI works. So for speed reducing moves in general, the AI will only choose to use them if your Pokemon is faster than theirs. So with my Charmander currently being slower than Onix, Onix is choosing not to use Rock Tomb, which would most certainly one-hit KO my Charmander at this point. The only exception to this is if the enemy sees a kill with Rock Tomb. So right now I was just out of range of Rock Tomb by using Growl against Onix, and so we're able to make sure that Charmander does not get targeted by Rock Tomb. And so we get the first badge of the game. Meanwhile, we've swapped perspectives to Colosseum, and we just saved the game. And we are moving on to our first, rather second and third snags of Colosseum. Again, with Colosseum and XD, both of them take significant time in animations. The kind of balance to this, at least for Colosseum, is that it's a relatively shorter game compared to the GBA games in terms of content for completion. In many ways it is a battle simulator, but that lets us get a couple of useful snags early on right at the beginning. And there are two main benefits to this. So access to Skiploom that we'll snag from this fight, as well as Flaffy from the next fight, give us access to status moves. So Skiploom will get Sleep Powder, and then Flaffy will have access to Thunder Wave, similarly to Jolteon that we see in XD. Our main lever and tool for helping ensure our catches in Colosseum, especially when they're difficult, so the legendary dogs we will be getting in Colosseum, is Sleep Powder from Skiploom or eventually Jumpluff. The other benefit that we see with taking these two fights earlier on is the shadow meter, the heart gauge on Shadow Pokemon, specifically Quilava here. So one quirk to Colosseum that we actually don't see in XD is the fact that Shadow Pokemon do not start gaining experience until their heart gauge is at 3 bars or below. So in these early fights, even though Quilava has a level advantage, and we should be getting experience, at least Espeon is, Quilava is not able to. And so we call it, just like we see now, to reduce its heart gauge earlier on, so it has more opportunity to gain experience in the upcoming fights, especially in the Colosseum fights. And we're actually seeing a similar process going on in XD at the moment. Our two main leads, two main Pokemon that we will use throughout XD will be Jolteon and Ursaring. And so we need to purify the Teddiursa that we have right now. It actually is required as part of the story. But this process it can be quite variable in how long it takes. The best case scenario is that we get reverse mode to occur in Teddiursa so that we can call it and have a really big reduction in its heart gauge. After we get through these fights in Agate Village, we will gain access to the clone case, and we will have an opportunity to purchase clones from the shop in the village and be able to reduce its any Shadow Pokemon's heart gauge, with Vivid Sense especially. Problem is, Vivid Sense are very expensive, and we want to have a little bit of extra money for other items, especially earlier on. And this is common throughout all of the Pokemon games that we see here. Is early on, money is quite tight. We want to prioritize making sure we have repels on at all times, as necessary, as well as having healing items to get us through particular fights, or without having to go to the PC and heal after every fight. Right now with FireRed, we're seeing what I had mentioned earlier about being less equipped in the early game to get catches consistently. Right now we really only have access to Pokeballs to catch for these catches outside of Pewter City. But especially with Jigglypuff and some of the other catches here, their catch rate is relatively low, even at low HP. And with them being so weak at this state, you also risk one-hit KOing them, or KOing them in general, even just with your weakest attack. In addition, we also really don't have easy or good access to status moves like Paralysis or Sleep ourselves at this point. One thing that is also of note, kind of as the game progresses, the AI of the trainers will shift over time. So we see with XD just now with trainer Egan targeting Jolteon with Volt Absorb with Thunderbolt, who also happens to be frozen at that point in time. Kind of this dumb AI you'll see pretty consistently throughout the early game, but it will die down, especially with gym trainers or more advanced fights as we go on through the game. Usually there's some basic understanding that the AI has of type matchups and making sure that it's doing some sort of damage, but it isn't always the case. One thing we'll notice also is Sapphire. It just got the Quick Claw from the Trainer School in Rustboro. Ruby also got the Quick Claw from the same place before it went to Roxanne. Both of these items will be used later on in the run. And there we do see the reset from Ruby on Roxanne. Got an unfortunate crit off of Nose Pass, and this is, as I mentioned at the very beginning, it's not unusual to see throughout any Pokemon game. To see critical hits just at the wrong time will ruin the battle very quickly. Now with the Vivid Sense that we bought for Teddiursa and XD, we finally do have it purified, and you can see the reason why it is used for XD runs is it regains the move Return. Having Stab Return that gets more and more powerful over the course of the run as Teddiursa gains more and more happiness is very useful. It creates a really nice balance between Jolteon being a special attacker, having access to Bite, which is, of course, Dark-type move, which is special in Gen 3, as well as Electric-type moves, which are all special as well. And pairing that with the physical side with a powerful Return from Teddiursa or Ursaring. Teddiursa and Ursaring also mesh well with special attackers in general, so both Espeon and Jolteon throughout the run, in that it has access to Fake Tears. And so when Teddiursa can't deal good damage with its physical moves, it can support Jolteon with Fake Tears. And in fact, in addition to Thunder Wave, which is being taught currently to Jolteon, we also see an additional move that the tutor lady teaches here, which is Seismic Toss, that Teddiursa can learn. This becomes a really another useful tool that pairs nicely with Thunder Wave to be able to consistently weaken down Shadow Pokémon, but actually more importantly, Wild Pokémon. Wild Pokémon have a much larger range of HP values that we'll see from the Pokespots. And so knowing exactly how much damage in HP you're going to deal, it becomes very useful for making those catches more consistent. We do see LeafGreen catching a Pidgey here, and just as a reminder, FireRed actually has already caught a Pidgey at the very beginning of the game, but it was traded away to LeafGreen for the Bulbasaur that it has now. So we do catch another Pidgey with LeafGreen, and that will be the Pidgey that we will see at the end of the game. Another challenge that we see throughout both FireRed and LeafGreen is the fact that in order to get access to their exclusive Johto Pokemon in the post game, in the Savai Islands 4 through 7, as well as for the ability to trade with games other than themselves, is the fact that in order to unlock that post game content, each of the games must register at least 60 Pokemon as caught in the Pokédex by the time we exit the Elite Four. And so this has a strong impact on routing in general for these games, as well as the routing overall for all the games together in this particular run. In general, because, of course, FireRed and LeafGreen are remakes of Gen 1, they only have access to Gen 1 Pokemon before they get to post-game. And so Pokemon that may be available in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, such as Zubat, may be better to catch in FireRed and LeafGreen in order to not only check off Zubat on our list of Pokemon that are obtained for the Living Dex, as well as get closer to our ultimate total of 60 that we have to reach by the end of the Elite Four. We see with Colosseum right now, upon the next battle in this Colosseum gauntlet that we're going through, Kulava will finally get to 3 bars or below, and it will it will be able to start gaining experience points. In addition to that, we also hit Hyper Mode, which is Colosseum's version of Reverse Mode from XD. In Colosseum only, Hyper Mode means that Shadow Rush, the kind of powerful Shadow move that all Shadow Mons have access to, has a very high chance of scoring a critical hit, which is very convenient as a physical alternative to Espeon and a powerful move for Quilava in general at this point. In addition, we also just saw LeafGreen cancel the evolution for Squirtle from that last fight. So in general, or in some speedrun routes for Squirtle, we take advantage of the fact that, once again, Bite is a special move in this game, and it's a dark move. And so it interacts well with especially psychic types. So in many LeafGreen routes, we get a Wartortle up to level 18 once we come out of Mount Moon, and then we use the rare candy in Celadon, or rather Cerulean, to get to level 19 and learn Bite in order to be able to handle Misty's Starmie. And of course, once you beat Misty, you get access to Water Pulse, which helps speed up the Nugget Bridge and beyond fights. So in this instance, for the overall route, the rare candy that we would have used to get Wartortle to 19 to learn Bite is actually better used later in the game to save a lot of experience grinding for particular level up evolutions. And so in this case, as we'll see, we delay the evolution once, but we are able to make it to level 18 in the subsequent fight as a Squirtle. And so Squirtle learns Bite at level 18 instead of level 19 as a Wartortle, and we're able to get Bite at level 18 before Misty's fight without needing to use that valuable rare candy. One thing of note, as we see with Emerald in the middle right, is throughout all of the games, I guess except for XD, all of those who use a traditional starter. So Typhlosion in the case of Colosseum, Mudkip for the Hoenn games, and then Charmander and Squirtle for FireRed and LeafGreen, is taking advantage of the abilities either Blaze or Torrent. So this is, again, another common feature to speedruns, is planning out fights to make sure that your Pokemon is in that 1/3 HP or lower to have the boosted power of either fire or water type moves. It also shines an interesting difference between Emerald and Ruby Sapphire, because both of them will actually be going into the Rival 2 fight after the fight with the either Team Magma or Team Aqua Grunts in the museum. In both Ruby and Sapphire, we do not want to heal after this fight, or even before it, in order to stay below roughly 70% HP, in order to make sure that Marshtomp is not growled on by the Wingull that is sent out by the rival, or the Numel. However, in Emerald, we really don't get a choice. It's interesting, at a couple different places throughout the early game especially, we do get free heals. So even if we were at low HP for coming out of the museum in Emerald, it doesn't really matter. We're going to get healed anyway. Ruby, Sapphire do have to be concerned about this to help make their Rival 2 fights a bit more consistent. And Ruby and Sapphire right now are actually both doing similar tasks. They are both searching for particular Pokemon in the early game. So the route just outside of Rust Turf and Rustboro for Sapphire, which we're seeing now, and then Petalburg Woods for Ruby. The main reason for doing these catches now is to take advantage of the daycare system. So there are a significant number of steps that are taken between getting access to the daycare and getting access to Fly to re-access the daycare later in the game. So if possible, we want both Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald in this case to have some sort of Pokemon that we can put in the daycare to gain experience while we're running around, gaining steps and doing the rest of the story. Something similar will actually happen for FireRed after it completes the journey to Bill. It'll actually deposit Bulbasaur in the daycare as a Pokemon who will gain experience. Likewise, Ruby and Sapphire will take certain catches from their treks in Petalburg and outside of Rustboro, and Emerald will be able to take advantage of the Trico and Torchic that it was traded over previously. With FireRed now, we are seeing the impact of Blaze for Charmeleon in a lot of these fights, and as well as Wartortle coming up soon. A lot of these Pokemon would be 2-hit KOs with Ember rather than 1-hit KOs. And so especially in this particular gauntlet of fights, we do save a significant chunk of time. We actually do see Ruby getting the catch that it was looking for, which was a Slakoth. So in general, because we have access to all 7 games, all 7 mainline games in Gen 3, in order to get catches in general the fastest, we want to see if there are any guaranteed gift Pokemon or trades that would be a lot easier to get than a low percent encounter. Now there are a limited selection of encounters that are present throughout all the games, which the max percent encounter that you can get is 5% or below, and that's really the cutoff that I've observed, where you have a much higher likelihood of getting encounter after encounter after encounter, and it isn't the one that you need, and you end up spending a lot of time there. Ruby can, especially in practice, has very easily spent 10 plus minutes than what we see here, just looking for the 5% Slakoth encounter in Petalburg. And there really is no other option for getting a Slakoth at this point. It's only Petalburg Woods, or taking a Slakoth that you already have and then breeding it for more. For many of the mainline fights, story fights across these games, I took heavy inspiration and ideas from the mainline speedrun routes for these. So especially for Rival 2 here with Emerald, generally using X attacks and X speeds in order to be able to take the Grovyle out without being at as much risk of being taken out by its Absorb. One concession or change that is made from those runs is that while I do perform some resets for getting somewhat decent stats on the starters, I do not do resets or RNG manipulation for extremely good IVs or natures. Natures are of course easier to reset for, and IVs are more difficult to see, especially at level 5. But that fight in particular, as well as other important fights throughout all of these games, would certainly just not be possible if you had a particularly bad starter. If you had a Marshtomp or a Swampert with really low speed, then it would make the overall strategies just not possible. As mentioned before, we will see some variations between Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. The fights that we just had with the Cyclist and the Psychic here, as well as that Elixir that was just picked up, are some of those differences. Emerald likes to put in more fights in general, as well as double battles. Oftentimes we'll take the single battles instead, in order to focus experience on Marshtomp and overall make the run faster. Emerald just got the Mach Bike, and so will Ruby and Sapphire when they get to that point. For all the GBA games, biking is of course the faster form of movement, and there is a lot of precise tech that speedrunners do use in all these games for moving around as fast as possible, as well as for manipulation of spinners, especially in the Hoenn games. My own skill with the Mach Bike, and especially the bike in FireRed LeafGreen, is could use some improvement, but will still gain some benefit from being able to move a bit faster. One component to note in XD in particular, as we're going through the first dungeon here, we do pick up, especially in the early game, a lot of different Shadow Pokemon, as well as once we get to that point, a lot of wild Pokemon from Pokespots. The main objective that we see XD doing is purifying Lugia at the end of the game. So because Lugia's end requirement is that we have Pokemon to fill in all 4 slots of all 9 sets in the Purification Chamber, we need to have a lot of purified Shadow Pokemon or wild Pokemon that can fit in those slots and get to the max tempo in all of them. So, for example, this Numel that we're catching right now, Numel is a very common Pokemon that is very, very easy to get in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. So in isolation, it really wouldn't make sense to go through the trouble of only weakening the Numel, and then the animation time of catching it, taking up party space to then purify it, as well as the additional animations of purification. But in the context of fitting into sets for the Purification Chamber, it is quite Numel and the other Pokemon that we are getting early on are quite useful, because especially compared to later Pokemon that you can snag, they have a relatively low requirement for purification, and so we can purify them relatively early on in the story to facilitate other snags later on, say, Citydark Isle, where those catches would be a lot more difficult to get in any of the other mainline games. And we can see with Marshtomp in Emerald in the top right, exactly why picking the Mudkip line is so nice for Hoenn speedruns. It's able to take out many of the major fights and gym leaders relatively easily, at least compared to the other options that you have. One other component that Colosseum is actually concerned about during its current gauntlet in the Pyrite building is Quilava. So Quilava, as mentioned before, we want to keep it in hyper mode in general so that it can score critical hits and deal double damage very easily. The one caveat with hyper mode is that you cannot use healing items at all on Pokemon who are in hyper mode. So ideally we want to strike this balance where we're dealing a lot of damage with Quilava during the fights where it is using Shadow Rush, but also hoping that we're not getting hit by paralysis, because we are unable to heal that quickly. Fortunately, there is a healing station in the first floor of the pirate building, so we are able to heal off any status conditions and heal to full health while maintaining hyper mode for Quilava. If it were to faint, or if we were to put it in a box, then we would not have access to hyper mode anymore. Fortunately, as it comes down to the last bar of its heart gauge, it will learn Flame Wheel, and that will be our main another main source of damage in the upcoming fights. We see with FireRed now getting Brick Break, the TM for Brick Break in the SSN, and then teaching it to Charmeleon. This will actually be pretty useful throughout the run, not just for this fight, for being able to take out Raticate relatively easily, but for the catches in general. So having this non-stab fighting type move gives Charmeleon and eventually Charizard a good option for dealing with lower level wild Pokemon and lowering their health without outright knocking them out. In addition, we do see Meowth in the party, so switching out at least at this point to avoid the effects of accuracy drop from Pidgeotto's Sand Attack. But also of note, you may be wondering about Meowth using Pickup, just like the Zigzagoon that we see in Ruby and Sapphire. And indeed, Meowth does have Pickup in this game. However, it doesn't have as good of a drop table as Ruby and Sapphire does. So it can technically pick up some high value items for selling, but the drop rates are much more common in Ruby and Sapphire, and you're more likely to get a berry out of the Meowth pickup items, and indeed that's mainly what we see throughout checking Meowth's items for FireRed. So we see Ruby now depositing the 2 Pokemon into the daycare that do require experience for level up. So that's both the Shroomish and Slackoth that we caught from Petalburg Woods. So there's no other way of getting those evolutions. Those will both be required for level up, and so this is a good opportunity to give both of them a decent chunk of experience early on, such that they will be able to evolve with only a couple of extra fights holding the experience share. One thing we do see with Emerald right now, and that you may have noticed throughout the other runs, or earlier in these runs as well, is the use of pause buffering to avoid spinners. So this is probably the easiest method of avoiding spinners. There are more advanced techniques that you can use that involve specific movement with the Mach Bike or running to attract a spinner's attention. Again, spinners are optional fights for any speedrun, and avoiding them is just as necessary for these runs. It's just for my particular runs that I'm doing here, using the easier method, making sure that they are turned away from you, pausing and either opening up the Pokemon menu or the bag, then unpausing, using start to unpause and move past the spinner allows you to avoid them. Here we see LeafGreen doing, I believe, the first in-game trade of these runs, and it'll be receiving Chiding the Farfetch'd as our flyer. Farfetch is actually quite useful in that it can learn both fly and cut, at least at this point in the game, and so we'll be seeing Farfetch'd as a pretty consistent member of our party going forward. FireRed has caught its own Spearow earlier on that it'll use as a flyer, and then once we're ready, we may also use Charizard as an alternative flyer. So for XD right now, this is one instance where it may look like we're doing an unoptimal choice of moves for Jolteon. Choosing to bite the Rhyhorn instead of using Thundershock on Murkrow. Unfortunately, this is one of the instances where double battle mechanics do work in the AI's favor. Rhyhorn does have Lightning Rod, and so I had to take it out in using a different strategy. We'll actually see Lightning Rod come into play on a very late battle in XD as well. One reason that you might see Espeon as being a better choice. one other component that is actually pretty common in both the FireRed and LeafGreen runs that we see right now is using berries and equipping them on both the Charmeleon and Wartortle. Especially for Wartortle, because of the rival fights, and because of its inability to knock out Oddish, Bellsprout in one hit, like Charmeleon can with an Ember, Wartortle is particularly susceptible to Sleep Powder, as well as poison, paralysis, other effects. Whereas Charmeleon doesn't need to concern itself that much. So Wartortle you'll see have Chesto Berry on, in particular, before fights where we know that there's going to be a Sleep Powder user, whereas Charmeleon will be using the Citrus Berry, at least for that Misty fight, in order to more reliably survive against the Starmie's Water Pulse and land another Mega Kick to finish it off. One idea that was floated around kind of earlier on in the routing of this game was actually skipping the SS Ann entirely for at least one of the games between FireRed and LeafGreen. So if we do perform a trade and send a Pokemon who knows Cut from a game who's already done the SS Ann, there is an opportunity to skip that scenario entirely for the other game. However, at this point, there really is no benefit to trades in general for FireRed and LeafGreen. There are no trade evolutions that we can easily do at this point. And at least with the experience boost that we get from Charmeleon and Wartortle being traded mons, we risk level cap issues and obedience. In addition, we do get useful items and experience from the SS Ann for both games, and so I chose not to pursue that route. Here we also see the diverging paths between FireRed and LeafGreen. We see FireRed taking on Lieutenant Surge right now, after having taken down Misty, whereas LeafGreen is actually choosing to go straight to Rock Tunnel after visiting the SS Ann. The main reasoning for this is that we can actually return with a bit of planning to Vermilion City later on. The main value, of course, from beating Lieutenant Surge, aside from the experience, is the ability to use Fly. And Fly is, of course, helps us return to cities we've already visited and helps with speedy traversal in general. So we'll see LeafGreen return to Lieutenant Surge later on when it's gained, when our Wartortle has gained a bit more experience, so it has a more consistent an easier time with Lieutenant Surge's Raichu in particular. I know this is a particular RNG heavy spot for competitive speedruns for FireRed or LeafGreen using the Squirtle route. And so having that little bit of extra experience sacrificed with time loss for going to Lieutenant Surge later really helps with the consistency. Again, I'm seeking to have a bit more of a casual mindset or traditional intended gameplay mindset here, as opposed to super heavy reliance on inconsistent RNG with major fights or RNG manipulation to get through those points. Here we see the usefulness of that Thunder Wave plus Seismic Toss combination on snagging Delcatty with XD at that particular HP range, and with Paralysis, it's a guaranteed catch with the Great Ball. Which is another observation and through line that we see throughout all of these games is in the routing, doing the calculations required to know what is a low enough HP. Do we need to lower this Volbeat's HP down any further, or is this HP sufficient for having at least a decently high catch rate for that particular capture? And with that Volbeat catch, we confirm by checking its stats that we do have it as an Illuminate Volbeat. And that is another very helpful point that we'll see throughout at least Sapphire, Ruby, as well as LeafGreen. When doing any catching on routes where you have to take steps or shift your character back and forth to get an encounter, having a lead Pokemon with Illuminate can be very helpful in speeding up that process, especially if you're combining it with the Repel trick, such that you get only a limited number of Pokemon in the pool to get an encounter. We'll see Sapphire getting the Volbeat for its Illuminate Pokemon, and then Ruby and LeafGreen getting alternatives later on. So we also see with FireRed that we are able to stop at the Pokemon Center before we go into Rock Tunnel. If you noticed prior with LeafGreen, we actually did not stop at the Pokemon Center before because our quick way back to Lieutenant Surge is actually a teleport, and if we visit that Pokemon Center, we will not have access to teleport back to Vermilion. This makes it for a bit of a tighter experience with PowerPoint usage throughout Rock Tunnel because there are so many fights there. Fortunately, Wartortle has relatively high power points with Bite, as well as access to Water Gun and Water Pulse. But we see the effect of being more susceptible to status effects, especially in this Bulbasaur and Oddish fight in Rock Tunnel. We also see Sapphire coming up to the Archie fight, which has a relatively straightforward strategy for all three of the Hoenn games. Starting off with a weak Pokemon, in this case our Zigzagoon, that's been helping us with pickup, and using Guard Spec to help protect our Marshtomp, who comes in from Mightyana's sand attacks. This is one fight that's actually more difficult in Ruby and Sapphire compared to Emerald, because Emerald's team leader has a Zubat, and not evolved Pokemon for this the fight after Mightyana. One item that XD just got in the ONBS building in Pyrite is the Soothe Bell from a side quest that you can do right away. And so we do give the Soothe Bell to Teddiursa to help it gain slightly faster rate of happiness. And that will help out the power of return and help it do a little bit more damage in the fights coming up. But by the time that we get to the first couple fights in Citadark Isle, our return has reached around maximum power, and we'll be able to equip Ursaring with a different item at that point. And this is also where XD gets introduced to Pokespots. So as mentioned before, there's a certain number of Shadow Pokémon and wild Pokespot Pokémon that are required for XD to reach that threshold of 36 Pokémon to fit into the Purification Chamber for Lugia. And in order to hit the right tempo for Lugia, certain wild encounters are quite beneficial. So we'll be putting out Pokesnacks at all three of the Pokespots, hoping that we get the required assortment of wild Pokemon couple Hoppip, a couple ground-type Pokemon, which are guaranteed from the Rock Pokespot, as well as a Zubat. Will fill out the type requirements for the Purification Chamber. Another reason that we do have to be quite careful in the Purification Chamber setup is in order to get an optimal rate of purification for really high heart gauge Pokemon. We want to make sure that all the Pokemon in the set do not share any types. And so that adds an additional bonus to our shadow gauge reduction, heart gauge reduction, but it places a significant restriction on our building that we can do for those particular sets. Colosseum's now going through its fight with Mirror B. The overall strategy for this fight, similar to many other fights among these games, is to boost up with one particular Pokemon and then proceed to sweep. So because of the restrictions that I placed, we are only able to get one special attack boost per turn on Espeon. Whereas with your typical speedrun route, you'd be able to get 2 boosts in a single turn with the X item swapping, what I'll call a glitch. Nonetheless, we're able to kind of avoid an extremely prolonged battle for this particular fight, just by taking it turn by turn, boosting up Espeon's special attack. The main concern that we actually have in this fight is with the Ludicolo that has Leech Seed. Ludicolo gets a Leech Seed off on Espeon, then that makes the fight much longer because Espeon has to stay out on the field to retain its X special bonus. And so sending in Umbreon to use Taunt when necessary on the correct Ludicolo which has Leech Seed can help mitigate this and keep a faster fight. It's also something interesting to note in this particular fight. The Colosseum really having a higher, overall higher difficulty than the other GBA games. It's interesting to see how the developers put in particular Pokemon movesets and levels and special abilities and even gimmicks to make the game more difficult. As we do see in this fight, Mirror B has 4 Ludicolo, each of them having a distinct moveset and ability. It's interesting to see that the Ludicolo that have more of a defensive playstyle and moveset are the ones that have Rain Dish, so they'll get the free effectively leftovers boost every turn. As well as they have Leech Seed and Absorb to keep their HP up. Whereas the Ludicolo who are faster, because they have Swift Swim, use Astonish to try to get your Pokemon to flinch before they have an opportunity to attack. just an interesting note to see in the harder fights in Colosseum. Similar to earlier in the run, where we had Ruby making catches in Petalburg and Sapphire making catches outside of Rusturf Tunnel, we see Ruby getting catches in Route 111, the desert, for Trapinch and Cacnea, and Sapphire getting catches in the Jagged Pass. Interesting to note, there are some unusual wild Pokemon level differences between Ruby, Emerald, and Sapphire. Sapphire, for some reason, happens to have level Pokemon in Jagged Pass, which are 2 levels above what you'd find in Ruby and Emerald. And two Pokemon that you can find in Jagged Pass, both Numel and Spoink, their evolutions are unobtainable outside of evolution. And so going with Sapphire for Numel and Spoink gives us a little bit of an advantage as far as how much experience that we have to grind later in the game just by choosing to get them in Sapphire as opposed to Ruby or Emerald. This here is another reason why ultimately we do ideally want to have all or a good majority of the catches done later in the game when we are more well equipped. As we can see with Marshtomp, we're looking for a Cacnea encounter in the desert, but oftentimes we get a Trapinch encounter, which has a 50-50 chance of having Arena Trap. Ideally, we come back here later with a Pokemon who has Levitate or is Flying type and is faster than the encounters so that we can more quickly re-roll encounters to get the Cacnea. Marshtomp is additionally under somewhat of an experience limit at this point. We don't want it to go above a particular level for a reason we'll see later in the run. So if we do get too many Arena Trap Trapinch, as we see right now, we may gain too much experience for later on. Here we do see Ruby getting Minun, and of note, Sapphire will not be getting Plusle because we already have a Plusle from Colosseum as a gift from duking. We'll see both Giovanni fights for LeafGreen and then FireRed after that, soon to follow. This Giovanni fight is relatively straightforward, especially for Wartortle. Both games' main concern is the Kangaskhan that Giovanni has. It's pretty high level, and if it can land both Mega Punch, Mega Kick on you, it can be quite a difficult fight. In addition, due to the money routing at this point, we're pretty strapped for cash, and so having a lot or good healing items at this point isn't really an option. But getting the good Water Pulse luck as well as being in Torrent is very beneficial for LeafGreen in this fight. We also see with Sapphire now and with Ruby before it, picking up the Pokeblock case in the first contest hall that we see in the game. It'll be used not to enter the Safari Zone. Normally that's what it's used for, and that's actually what Emerald will use it for. To access the Safari Zone extension. But the main purpose for Ruby and Sapphire Pokeblock case will be for the infamous Feebas evolution. And here we see in LeafGreen why we were so tight on money before. We bought a whole bunch of coins, and we used all of them to purchase a Smoke Ball, an Abra, and a Clefairy. And this will actually be the purchase for FireRed as well once it defeats Giovanni. The Abra is useful in both games, not only because we can avoid the luck associated with trying to catch Abra in the wild, which of course has teleport, meaning you do have to have a decent amount of luck to catch it without being able to weaken it. But as well, Abra is required for a trade to get Mr. Mime. In addition, now that we have the Abra with teleport in our party for LeafGreen, we can use it now to return to Vermilion and fight Lieutenant Surge. There, LeafGreen also just picked up the Versus Seeker. We'll actually not end up using it in this run, and neither will FireRed. It can actually be quite useful, and was used in previous routes of this challenge, both for grinding experience at the end of the game on the Sevi Isles, as those Pokemon are much higher levels than you would encounter in basically any other games in the series for Gen 3. As well, there are a couple trainers on 5 Island which you can refight that give out a lot of money that can help in grinding for money from the game corner. See with XD in the bottom right, we actually just got our first Pokespot encounter, at least on our radar. So we are in such a spot where we're not able to access the Pokespot quite yet. We're on top of the OMBS building, and it would take a lot of animations and time to walk all the way down and then go back up to do these final 2 fights. So there's a bit of a balance here to make sure that we get through these fights relatively quickly and go straight to the Pokespot encounter after this scenario. Because if we wait too long, then the 3 or 4 Pokesnacks that we put down will no longer be there, and we will miss the encounter. And as mentioned, FireRed is now getting the Smoke Ball and the Abra and the Clefairy. The Smoke Ball is used for both FireRed and LeafGreen for particular encounters. So the Repel trick is used for these 2 games in particular, where we lead with a particularly leveled Pokemon in order to exclude lower level Pokemon and effectively increase our encounter rate for a desired mon. And Smoke Ball helps to alleviate the concern of that lower level Pokemon that we're leading with from being slower and having to spend many turns trying to escape. Here in Colosseum, we have our first relatively difficult catch in Hitmontop. And this is where a bit of luck and hoping that Hitmontop does not attack our Skiploom, and hoping that we do land with a Sleep Powder is relatively important. Unfortunately, we do miss on the first Sleep Powder because Hitmontop chose to use Focus Energy instead. We get another shot. There is one other component of Hyper Mode which is important for some fights such as this. So Skiploom's main use in this fight is to set up Sleep on Hitmontop, and if it does enter Hyper Mode, then there's a very high likelihood that if I were to choose Sleep Powder instead of Shadow Rush, that it will disobey. And if it disobeys, there's a risk of it either fainting itself or fainting the Hitmontop. And that is obviously not very helpful. Here in XD, we see an instance of a fight type that is really exclusive to 2XD that we see a couple times during the game. This particular fight with Commander Exol is actually not a fight that we are required to beat. And this is actually pretty nice because Exol's Pokemon are pretty aggressive and high level for what we have at the time. You see the Girafarig and Loudred both start off with Stomp, and with having Stab on that, as well as having a chance to flinch, they are pretty fast, makes this a pretty difficult fight. The Shadow Mawile would be actually pretty nice to have for the Purification Chamber, but it is not. It is relatively low catch rate, even if we were able to make it through the fight in general. So for this fight, our objective is actually to faint. Thankfully, as opposed to Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and Colosseum, we do not lose half of our money upon fainting in XD. XD shares this trait with FireRed and LeafGreen, where it's usually a relatively low fixed amount for normal trainers lost if we do whiteout or blackout. And so overall, it is much faster for us to attack ourselves in that fight with Exol to end it quickly. And the story continues on nonetheless. See Colosseum doing a bit of swapping now, and will actually be depositing the Hitmontop that we just snagged into the daycare. Only in Colosseum, not in XD, can we put Shadow Pokemon into the daycare, and if they are there, they will purify at a much faster rate than if they were just in our party. So this is really useful for our Hitmontop. We'll leave it in there, and when we come back, it will at least be much closer to being purified. For the remaining games that do have a daycare, so that'd be LeafGreen, as well as XD, there really wasn't any good Pokemon that were able to fit in the experience route for them. LeafGreen, and in FireRed and LeafGreen in general, there aren't many Pokemon that are not available outright, and that you have to level up to evolve, or that evolve at a high level. So say Butterfree and Beedrill are relatively easy to get experience for and evolve, whereas getting Bulbasaur to Ivysaur and Venusaur is more significant, and so it's worth it to put that Pokemon in the daycare. Similarly, XD doesn't have many Pokemon that it can catch or snag that evolve at a higher level, or at least none that aren't more useful in the Purification Chamber. Now we finally get our Charizard and Blastoise evolutions, and they will accompany us for the rest of FireRed and LeafGreen. And speaking of our party, we can see below that Emerald actually did catch a Kecleon from the required fight with Steven earlier. And this is twofold. One, it's to have a cut Pokemon to be able to get the cut exclusive rare candy that is actually on that same route that we get Kecleon at, as well as to have a reasonably high level partner for some of the now required double battles. So up to this point, there were not any required double battles, but coming into Winona's gym, as well as the Mount Pyre visit, and of course for Tate and Liza, there are now required double battles. And so having some support moves and some damaging moves on Kecleon is quite useful. As well as getting to level 31 will serve another purpose once we get to the Magma Hideout. And here XD just did a whole bunch of shopping, and of note, the two major TMs that we picked up were Thunder and Hyper Beam. So this is one of the main reasons that I like running with Jolteon in XD, is relatively early on in XD's story. I'd say Jolteon's around level 22, 23. We do get access to a really powerful move in Thunder. Likely would not be as useful for competitive speedruns of XD because it is so inaccurate. 70% is not very high. You're going to be missing a lot, and I do miss a lot when using it. But it is a very, very nice option for being able to one-hit KO a lot of enemy Pokemon in this kind of early to mid game. see with Emerald starting to tackle the Winona fight now, there is a bit of RNG that is present in this fight no matter what, at least with the strategy that I'm going for here. So I think normally we'd have either a higher level Marshtomp or a Swampert at this point with the use of rare candies. But of course, those rare candies are something that are usually best left for avoiding power leveling or grinding later in the game for really high level mons. So here we have to work with a slightly weaker Marshtomp. And our overall risks that we have with this are Swablu playing nice and Tropius playing nice. And we got both of those in this particular run that we're seeing now. Swablu can use Perish Song, and if it uses Perish Song, then all of the setup that we do will be lost, and so we have to reset on that. Similarly, Tropius will attempt to use Solar Beam, and we can sometimes two-shot it with a Strength. In this particular instance, we get a crit, so the roll didn't matter as much, but that helped out for letting us keep the boosts into Pelipper, whose particular AI will look to protect over and over and over again, as well as confuse us if we aren't already. Here we see our first instance of Thunder by Jolteon, thankfully hitting, and you can see that both with this Seviper and other Pokemon that we will be fighting throughout Phoenix City, we'll be landing many one-shots as long as we land in the first place. This is one instance of XD getting a snag that isn't as common in the other games. So those that we have catched so far or snagged so far, Spinarak, Numel, Carvana, they're pretty common, not as difficult to get. Snowrunt is one that's only a 10% encounter rate in Troll Cave, and so getting it here is pretty convenient. So as we see the Why Not hatch from Emerald in the bottom right, the reason that we're able to hatch it so early, of course, is we caught a Slugma earlier on in the route before Pelarbor Town. And this will be a through line for Emerald in its post game in the last few hours. Because this mechanic was only introduced initially in Emerald, where if you have a Pokemon with either Magma Armor or Flame Body in your party, the egg counter goes down at effectively double the rate. Most of the hatching that we will be doing throughout this run will happen in Emerald, to take advantage of not only that particular feature, unique to Emerald, to effectively have the hatch rate, but as well take advantage of Ditto, which spawns in the post game, as well as the faster step count achievable with the Mach Bike. See LeafGreen encountering a Chansey in the Safari Zone, and we'll try our luck exactly once. Unfortunately, Chansey has a very low spawn rate and a very low catch rate to boot, as is its nature. And so we will be looking to get Chansey from an alternative source in this run, and not the Safari Zone. It is, of course, certainly feasible to get Chansey in the Safari Zone. It's just doing so would add a lot of variability in the time that it would take to get in the overall run. As we're picking up a rare candy with Emerald, we actually just got another rare candy with Sapphire, and a pickup rare candy with Ruby as well. And so all of these rare candies will come into play in the post game of the leveling requirements for all of these games. We can see even more of an example of in Colosseum how the time requirements for animations really push the game out to its particular length, despite it having a lot less content to cover in the GBA games. Ideally, in this fight, we're able to take down the enemy Pokemon before they have a chance to use Sandstorm, but no such luck in this particular fight. And so you have to see the Sandstorm animation many times. See Sapphire as well now, looking to fight Winona. Bit of a small optimization here. Swapping around Volbeat, who we again caught earlier, which has Illuminate, swapping it to the front so that we can guarantee it fainting on the first turn against Winona. We're going to be looking to get many encounters in a row soon from this point, and so leading with the fainted Volbeat will be helpful for increasing that encounter rate, while also having a much higher chance that we can flee with Marshtomp, who is faster. One point to note in this fight in particular, as we can see with both Sapphire and Ruby fighting Winona now, and with LeafGreen coming off of the fight with Koga, is that the routing of making sure that we have enough healing items, either super potions, energy roots, hyper potions, is really important in linking into the overall money route. As we get further and further into these fights, into the gym fights, there is not always an opportunity to buy healing or good healing items at marts. And so planning for them, having them stocked up not only for kind of this mid-game of the story that we're in right now, but as well having enough healing items for the Elite Four and additional Pokemon purchases at the game corner is really important, and is definitely a major consideration made in the routing of these runs. And here we get our fourth evolution, with FireRed choosing to get Vaporeon. This is convenient for the short term, so that we have a Pokemon who can learn Surf to help us through the rest of the Safari Zone. Whereas LeafGreen does not have that particular concern because it has Blastoise to learn Surf. Now we have FireRed doing a mart run right now after the Safari Zone, kind of selling the items valuable items that we found in the Safari Zone and up to this point. And we see that balancing that I mentioned in the beginning of the run, where it buys 15 Ultra Balls and 15 Great Balls. Ultimately, those Ultra Balls will be very helpful for catching Snorlax and other really low encounter or catch rate Pokemon. But having the additional count of the Great Balls for those Mons who are at a higher catch rate and don't need the Ultra Balls is just as important. We're at the point where Pokeballs are really they're not quite as effective as we'd like to get a really decent catch rate or 100% catch rate. And so the Great Balls offer a good compromise to that scenario. See on the route also before Lily Cove in both Ruby and Sapphire, both of them picking up the Chesto berries, as well Sapphire leading with Volbeat and Marsh Tom, and right now we're looking for level 28 Linoon, which will be used shortly. And with the evolution of Clefairy into Clefable, as well as Eevee into Flareon for LeafGreen, we're ready to do our first round of fishing between these games. In general, fishing is not, I say, well liked among either hunters for a particular Pokemon, as the rate at which you get the encounters is quite low, especially compared to just grass encounters. In addition, especially in the Hoenn games, you're required to time your A-presses in a relatively long minigame, especially for the Super Rod, to even get an encounter. And so if Pokemon can be obtained without a Rod, if there's any alternative, we'll likely take that option. If not, we just have to live with the lower chances of getting the encounter that we need. With FireRed as well, we see a similar strat to before, where we use the first couple turns to use X items, build up our special attack, and then with that setup and kind of the weaker move from Blastoise and the other Pokemon to bring us into low health, we can take advantage of Blaze to sweep through the rest of his Pokemon. And with Colosseum, we now have our first pretty difficult admin fight. This is where having a high special attack Typhlosion is really essential for being able to deal with the Metang on the second turn, especially. As we'll see, the overall strategy of Takim's fight is to use Protect into Earthquake, and we can typically use that to our advantage. His AI is smart, and so he'll make sure not to use Earthquake if it will KO his ally. And so having that understanding can help us predict what his next move will be. And at this point in the game, we do not have access to Ultra Balls other than the couple that we can pick up off the ground. In addition, we're not in a good place for us to reset should we either fail the fight, or if we wanted to fail to catch the Entei that Takim has. So as with the many Shadow Pokemon fights in this game, we will delay snagging Entei in this fight until we are better equipped to be able to more reliably snag it. Fainting on Skiploom there also lets us get a bit more experience on Typhlosion. We actually do have the experience share that we picked up in Agate Village on Espeon right now. And this is to help in the overall experience routing for Espeon. Espeon's particularly important in order for it to get the move Psychic while we're in the Shadow Pokemon lab. Psychic is just such a good move and has potential to save a lot of turns in those particular fights. And so kind of routing the experience, pushing it from Typhlosion onto Espeon will help get us to Psychic earlier rather than later. And Typhlosion will already have a relatively decent power boost once we get into the Under anyway. We'll see LeafGreen going through it later, but right now we see FireRed having just beaten Rival and Giovanni in Sylph Company, basically doing an entire run through the whole building from the top floors, taking some teleporters here and there through the bottom floors, picking up some useful items along the way. These useful items are mainly vitamins, which sell for a lot of money. And these will, again, feed into the money route for both FireRed and LeafGreen. both Ruby and Sapphire are now in Mount Pyre. They're each looking for a couple different encounters. Ruby picking up 2 Duskulls here, and then Sapphire applying both the Volbeat that we had fainted earlier, as well as the newly caught Linoon, in order to look for one of the lowest encounter rates that we'll see across the entire run, and that is Chimecho. Chimecho has only a 2% encounter rate in Mount Pyre Peak. There's no other place to encounter it in the Gen 3 games. And there's only a very slight benefit that we can get from using the repel trick, leading with a level 28 Linoon, which is fast enough to outrun any other encounter that we can have in the area, as well as excluding any lower level encounter, which will raise the encounter rate from 2% to a bit above 2% for Chimecho. Similarly, with Emerald on the right, in the middle, we can see the benefit to having used Kecleon for our double battle fights is we're able to use the repel trick with it in Magma Hideout and lead with it to guarantee us only getting Graveler encounters. And this is the most reliable method of getting Gravelers in the Gen 3 games. You can also find them in Rock Smash encounters, but those encounters are relatively rare or less common compared to the Magma Hideout encounters we have with Emerald here. So as we saw before with Volbeat in Pokemon Sapphire, using its Illuminate ability to help get us more encounters more quickly, we will similarly be doing this with Staryu in LeafGreen, who has just fainted to this trainer in Pokemon Mansion. And also, quite fortunately, we actually got a rare encounter in the Oasis Pokespot in XD, and this rare encounter is extremely valuable. Surskit is only a 1% encounter on routes that you can find it on in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. And even though you can find it in mass outbreaks, the outbreaks will only occur as long as you have the time active. So with a dead battery, you really can't get a mass outbreak with Surskit, and otherwise you're looking for a 1% encounter. The rare encounter for Pokespots is 15%. So having the rare encounter here in XD will certainly save time in Sapphire. We'll be looking for another Surskit later in the run. Both FireRed and LeafGreen will be getting the free gift Hitmon Pokemon in the gym next to Saffron City Gym. the Fighting Dojo. They are much simpler encounters than trying to evolve them from Tyrogue or snagging them from XD. As we look to see what LeafGreen is doing now in the Pokemon Mansion, as mentioned before, it is leading with Starmie to get a higher encounter rate, as well leading Nidoran female at level 30 in the second slot. A fainted Staryu in the first slot, Nidoran in the second slot. This allows us to have a higher chance of getting the desired encounter in a basement of the Pokemon Mansion, which is a level 30 Ditto. Both FireRed and LeafGreen will need Dittos for Pokemon breeding once we get into the post-game. Other Pokemon along the way in Pokemon Mansion, such as Vulpix and Muck, in the case of LeafGreen, as well as Coughing, Wheezing, and Growlithe. In the case of FireRed, we can also catch. Also see that FireRed, or rather Ruby, just got a guaranteed Electrode capture. And this Electrode will be helpful in further fights for getting guaranteeing level 30 and above encounters, as well as using Sonic Boom for guaranteed set damage. Colosseum also just went to the Under Mart, and this is useful for getting our TMs for the rest of the run. The main one, the most impactful one, would be Fire Blast for Typhlosion. It lets it deal a lot of damage in a single turn. But as well, we also got 3 TMs for Protect, and this is especially useful in Colosseum with all the battles being double battles. If we can predict the AI to target a particular Pokemon, such as only Espeon or only Typhlosion, we can take advantage of that and use an extra turn, or gain a free turn on the other Pokemon who was not targeted. Hidden Power is another strategy that Colosseum speedruns use, either on Typhlosion or Espeon, but as we do not manipulate the IVs of either Typhlosion or Espeon, we don't know what hidden power we will get, so we will not use it. XD is currently fighting Snaddle 1 right now. This can be a difficult fight. Kind of the key component for this is to know that Quagsire will always use Rock Tomb, as our Pokemon are faster. As with the AI, as described for Brock and for Roxanne, the AI will try to lower our speed. And so if we start with a guard spec, we can prevent that from happening. The other concern for this fight is Snaddle's Shadow Lunatone. The Shadow Lunatone has the move Shadow Sky, and that will summon what is effectively a sandstorm or hail that only Shadow Pokemon are immune to for 5 turns. And since he only has Lunatone as a Shadow Pokemon, this results in a lot of time in animation. So some of this fight is focused on trying to set up to knock out Lunatone in a single turn before it ever has a chance to set up the Shadow Sky. And this is the turn that enables that. So by biting Quagsire and guaranteeing the feint, Teddiursa can follow up with Fake Tears onto that same slot, which Lunatone is set into. Now with Lunatone at a lowered special defense, Jolteon is guaranteed to one-hit KO it with a boosted bite. Similarly, we are also fighting another Cypher admin in Colosseum right now. This is Admin Venus. Of note, a lot of the strategy for her fight revolves around trying to take advantage of or avoiding Steelix's Earthquake. This is a scenario where, just on the previous turn, if we know that it will Earthquake, we can protect on both Typhlosion and Espeon and get free damage on her Banette. We are also in a position, now that we've accessed the outpost, outpost stand, where we can buy netballs. And netballs are really powerful, even almost double the power catch rate of an Ultra Ball. And so we can use them to help guarantee a relatively easy catch on Suicune. Our overall strategy will still be to try to set up Sleep on Suicune, getting it down to low HP, as well as setting up Sun with Typhlosion, and then swapping in Skiploom to be able to get a Chlorophyll-boosted Sleep Powder off before Suicune is able to take out Skiploom. We also see in LeafGreen, we're actually leading with a Tangela. This is an in-game trade that we got from trading at Venonat on Cinnabar Island. This Tangela is at a really convenient level for this and the upcoming area. Its moveset and power level is just enough that it doesn't one-hit KO the Poliwhirl or other Pokemon that we're catching around this time. As well, it has access to Poison Powder, which helps increase our catch rate for our catches, and allows us to use more Great Balls rather than Ultra Balls. Pokemon Ruby has just caught a Sharpedo at a pretty good level, actually, and this will be a key Pokemon for us to fight Tate and Liza. Its typing being Water Dark, having 2 stab moves which are super effective against both the Lunatone and Solrock, combined with the Marshtomp that we have, will make this fight more smooth. Colosseum, currently we're looking at the stats of the Suicune that we just caught, and we can use them to make an educated guess as to what nature it is. So different Pokemon are affected at different rates for lowering their heart gauge. So the daycare might be more effective, almost over double as effective for Pokemon with one nature versus another. And so by documenting which natures the high shadow gauge or heart gauge Pokemon have, we can prioritize their which mon goes in the daycare towards the end of the game. Here, as Ruby prepares to fight Tate and Liza, we are starting that same fight, but in Emerald. Tate and Liza are notoriously a pretty difficult fight, both in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Emerald has more Pokemon to deal with than just the Lunatone and Solrock, adding on Xatu and a Claydol. And this fight, because we really only have Swampert to rely on for carrying the fight, this fight is relatively choreographed. We are going to use all of our weak mons that we have in the back to kind of sponge and bait hits as Swampert sets up some speed and special attack. In the Ruby Tate and Liza fight, we're looking to hide and keep our Marshtomp safe while it tries to go underwater. Unfortunately got put to sleep, but that's fine. Our relatively high level Sharpedo is able to take it out pretty easily with Crunch. Now we're also set up pretty well with the Emerald Tate and Liza fight. We're able to get off a Surf with our +2 boost to special attack, and that makes sure that neither Claydol nor Xatu are put into healing range. And then once Claydol lands the Earthquake, we are now put into Torrent range, which boosts our Surf, such that both Claydol and Xatu can be taken out with just one more Surf. And with the additional X speed that we had used in the prior turn, or turns, both Solrock and Lunatone are just one shot away. And with the experience from Ruby, we do get to evolve Shroomish. If you notice, we actually did not evolve our Marshtomp into Swampert, either from that fight or the previous fights in the Magma Hideout. We'll be keeping Marshtomp at level 35, and as a Marshtomp for the rest of the run, as we can see on the tracker. In this particular route, there isn't that much of a benefit to evolving Marshtomp. And in fact, we want to keep or have one guaranteed Pokemon at level 35 for a Repel trick we will be seeing somewhat shortly. See, Sapphire is also preparing for the Tate and Liza fight, as it is fishing, like, actually both FireRed and LeafGreen at this point. We were able to fish up a relatively high-level Corphish. Something in the low to high 30s is important for this, to be able to evolve into a Crawdaunt for that fight. Now Sapphire will look to round out the Slackoth search that Ruby had started at the very beginning of the game, to be able to trade later in the playthrough. One note, FireRed did manage to fish up one more Horsey, and fishing for both FireRed and LeafGreen, you have a 4% chance in certain water routes to, with the Super Rod, get or fish up a Seadra in FireRed or a Kingler in LeafGreen. Either of these encounters would be pretty beneficial to avoid level grinding later in both of their runs, but a 4% chance is already quite low, and especially needing to fish to get a 4% encounter is especially unreliable, and it would take on average quite a long time to find. And so both games will get as reasonably high a level Horsey and Krabby that they can, and then use an experience share to gain experience through the rest of the run to evolve them, rather than finding them in the wild. Meanwhile, XD is finishing up the first rounds of purification in the Purification Chamber. These are the first four mons that we had snagged at the very beginning of the game. We had walked around with them enough, sent them out, especially in the battle against Exol, such that they are now all ready to purify. And now all four of these mons, as well as the wild catches that we've been collecting from the Pokespots, can start to set up sets in the Purification Chamber to have faster purification for other Shadow Pokemon that we've captured. Now, since we don't know which wild Pokemon we will find exactly from the Pokespots, there are multiple different valid orientations in the Purification Chamber that will still give you full tempo to allow you to purify Shadow Pokemon relatively quickly. Fortunately, you're pretty guaranteed to get some sort of ground Pokemon, as well as some sort of flying Pokemon to fulfill those requirements in the early setup. Also of note for FireRed, we had just dropped down from the higher level in the Pokemon Mansion, and we did fight the scientist Brandon. Normally this fight is not performed in the normal speedrun of FireRed LeafGreen, as this is an optional fight. However, Brandon is guarding a hidden rare candy in the corner of that floor, as well as a vitamin on the floor below, which we can use for leveling up our mons, as well as selling later. Now, Ruby had set its clock to before 9 a.m. And so it has been able to navigate Shoal Cave and into the basement to find the spawn area for Snowrunt. Snowrunt comes at level 26, 28, or 30. 30 is only a 1% chance, though it is the more desirable one, of course. The higher the level, especially it being in the slow experience group, allows us to cut out a significant amount of level grinding later. And unfortunately, in FireRed, we actually get a string of unfortunate encounters. We do need to find and catch a coughing in Pokemon Mansion, and we are unable to have a guaranteed catch for it, just throwing an Ultra Ball at it. So we need to damage it somewhat in order to help that guaranteed catch. Unfortunately, it does have self-destruct, and it can use it, and it absolutely does use it throughout the basement floor for FireRed. Also, FireRed picks up a Growlithe here. It's important that this Growlithe actually has Intimidate, or at least one of the Growliths that we do catch has Intimidate. Will be used for a strat later on in the Elite Four. And while we were looking for Snowrunt, as well as 2 level 32 Spheal in Ruby, the Electrode that we had was able to gain some experience by fainting the wild encounters that we don't need, and evolve our Slackoth into Vigoroth. Meanwhile, LeafGreen has taken the responsibility between it and FireRed for doing the Safari Zone catches. These are mainly a couple small ones here and there, so Doduo, Rhyhorn, which we just saw. Pinsir is a special case. We actually find it relatively often in this run. It does still have quite a low catch rate, so it's not worth it to try and catch it. The route that we have for LeafGreen factors in getting additional money to just buy a Pinsir from the game corner, so we don't have to waste time trying and failing to catch it in the Safari Zone. Now for this current Robo-Groudon fight in XD, we again see an interesting double battle synergy, similar to what we saw with Mirror B earlier in Colosseum, where Sunflora will always start with Sunny Day, and that couples well with Chlorophyll on Sunflora, Hoppip, and Tropius. In certain other strats that were tested for this fight, tried leaving Hoppip alone, as it is pretty weak. Fortunately, it is still quite fast and gets up a Leech Seed. If you don't take it out the first turn, it's out. And Leech Seed, just like Leech Seed from Ludicolo and Mirror B's fight, makes for a very, very prolonged fight. Now for FireRed, it finally found a Ditto, which it's looking for, just like LeafGreen. And at least in Gen 3, when Ditto uses Transform, it'll take on the catch rate of the Pokemon that it transformed into. So anytime you're catching a Ditto, either FireRed, LeafGreen, or an Emerald, it's important to make sure you have a weak Pokemon in the back to send out, so that you can copy its catch rate and make Ditto's catch rate a lot easier. Parasect is another mon that we find pretty often in this run through the Safari Zone for LeafGreen. Unfortunately, its catch rate is pretty low, at only about 11%, and we do find Parasect pretty easily later on in Cerulean Cave, so catching it here is not necessary. One thing to note about the spot encounter for XD, I didn't mention this earlier, but you can actually tell which rarity of encounter you will get at each of the Pokespots depending on how quickly the circle around that particular spot is pulsing. The slower the pulsing, the rarer or the more common the mon. But if you get the fastest pulsing, it may mean that you got a Munchlax, or if you got to that certain point in the story, it may be also a Bonsly. And if you do get a Munchlax or a Bonsly, it's really not ideal, especially Munchlax, because it'll eat the Pokesnacks at a very, very fast rate, as well as it denies you that particular encounter. And those encounters are necessary for the end of the game. So we see with that slow pulsing that we saw earlier, that resulted in a common encounter for the Oasis spot, which is Hoppip. See Ruby now diving around Route 126 around Sootopolis City. Picked up a heart scale there. It'll also have an opportunity to pick up an iron in this secluded area once we're finished with the captures here, as well as the yellow shard. Fortunately, we see there the difference between Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, as well as FireRed, LeafGreen, is that Ruby, Sapphire have a really limited item capacity in the main portion of the bag. And so even though we don't really have that many items in our bag, we have to throw something away in order to make room for the yellow shard. And at about 3 hours in, we're just over 100 total catches. As you can imagine, if we're looking to get to about 7 hours for the run, the catches will be accelerating, and they absolutely do towards the mid-end to end of this run. Currently, Ruby, as it's underwater, it will be looking for a Chinchou with Illuminate. We'll be using our Manectric that we caught. That's at level 26 in order to guarantee that the Chinchou that we have is at level 26 plus. This application of Illuminate in particular is quite important. I think both Sapphire and LeafGreen's use of Illuminate could be considered optional, but I would consider Illuminate for Ruby and what its route is to be pretty necessary. Fortunately, Chinchou is relatively lower encounter rate at about 30%. As well as encounters underwater are quite slow because of how slow you move. And getting a Chinchou with Illuminate is only a 50-50, even if you find one. So Ruby will be spending a decent chunk of time looking around for that. Meanwhile, in XD, we've found another one of the fights that we are not required to win. This is, I believe, against Martin on the SS Libra, and we can freely lose this fight, and the game will still progress the story. So before we get to this point, we actually deposit the rest of our party in the Purification Chamber so that while we're walking around, we can reduce the heart gauge for the Shadow Pokémon that we do have. As well, not only this fight with Smarten, but the next fight that we're going to have with Zook at the Cypher Key Lair is the final fight, which is scripted like this, where it's okay to lose and you'll still make progress in the story. We brought out Cast Form for Sapphire now. Again, using the Repel trick, we need a Talo, specifically at level 25 for this, and we will be evolving it to a Swellow. We do find Wild Swellow, and we may encounter one actually, but we actually want the Talo at level 26 to learn a particular move, which we will use later. Emerald is continuing the story up to Sky Pillar. The first time up, there aren't as many rocks and pitfalls as the second time up, but nonetheless, we'll be looking to continue the story with this trek through, as well as return basically immediately afterwards to finish up catches that are pretty straightforward along the way, such as this Bayonet, as well as Sableye, as well as, of course, getting our level 70 Rayquaza with a Master Ball. And now in Colosseum, we have just reached level 44 with our Espeon, thanks to the experience share. And this will be the main exception to the rule that we see throughout the run, where we typically use rare candies for evolution Pokemon. So here, the 3 rare candies that we picked up in the right before the fight with Venus are actually used all on Espeon to bring it from level 44 to 47 to allow it to learn Psychic. Psychic is a decent chunk more powerful than Psybeam, and will allow us more consistent and easier fights through the rest of the Shadow Pokémon Lab. And in preparation for Tate and Liza, speaking of the rare candy use, Sapphire just used a rare candy to get our Corphish to a Crawdon. Ruby has found its 3rd Relicanth before finding an appropriate Chinchou. Unfortunately, this is just how the run goes. And, it's part of the charm of the game, though. You'll never know how quickly each section will go, especially when you're looking for one particular Pokemon. So as mentioned before with XD, now in the Zook fight we will look to feint as quickly as possible against his Zangoose and Doduo. Fortunately, because his Zangoose is a Shadow Pokemon, it will use Shadow Rush against us, which in XD, Shadow Pokemon resist Shadow moves, and so it'll take a little bit longer for us to finish the fight out. But now Sapphire's attempt against Tate and Liza. Starting off with Swampert X-Speeding and Crawdon X-Specialing with Chesto Berries to help combat Hypnosis. Solrock will always look to Solar Beam turn 1. And actually with most of the core fish that you get, they're at a low enough level such that they still have Protect. That's what I was actually looking for, Protect on Crawdon, but it was such a high level it forgot it already. Fortunately, it's such a high level that with an X special, a single Crab Hammer was able to take it out. And this makes the rest of the fight pretty straightforward. Crawdon can also use Taunt to help prevent another Hypnosis or Calm Mind use. If Lunatone Calm Minds or Light Screens, it can extend the fight significantly because there's only one target now, and its defenses are buffed significantly. And here with Tailo evolving to 26, it now learns Endeavor, which is the key move that we were looking to learn. Now with Ruby having caught Chinchou, which we have confirmed to be an Illuminate Chinchou with the help of Manectric, we used it to feint against Wild Chinchou, and now we have a feinted Illuminate Pokemon. Against Rayquaza, it's a pretty straightforward fight. All we need to do is use our Master Ball. Unfortunately, because we're catching Pokemon on the way up to Sky Pillar, there is no room in our party to double check the stats of this Rayquaza. I think in some scenarios having a low defense or low speed can be detrimental to certain fights that it will encounter. But on average, it's acceptable. Now an XD from our previous adventure in the SS Libra, and the entrance of the Cypher Key Layer, we were able to get 2 Pokemon to be purified, our Shroomish and our Makuhita. We're rearranging our party now to prepare for that long dungeon, having as many Pokemon in the Purification Chamber and our party as possible to make use of all the steps and time we'll be spending in battles in that particular area. First, though, we will have to go to the Snag'em lair for that side quest. FireRed has taken its detour into the Sevi Islands, and it's making a couple catches here. First, we found an Oddish on the Bond Bridge. Level 31 is important for a repel trick that we'll be doing later down the line. In addition, catching the level 37 Pidgeotto, as well as a couple Gloom for Gloom's entry, as well as Vileplumes and eventually Sunfloras. Or actually Bellossoms. Ruby making the trade with the treasure hunter there for the yellow shard that we found earlier for the Thunderstone that will become relevant in a trade later down the line. In XD as well, once we were in the SS Libra, we got the email to do an interview with the reporter, and if we answer all of her questions, yes, we do get the amulet coin, which helps in money routing later down the line. Now Ruby gets to start the fun, long process, which is what we got the Illuminate Chinchou for. So on this particular water route, unlike in Sapphire and Emerald, you can actually use the repel trick if you lead with a level 35 Pokemon, which we are, which is why we kept our Marshtomp unevolved at level 35. We can help guarantee or drastically improve the odds that if we get an encounter, that it will be a Wailord. Normally, for Sapphire and Emerald, the level of Wailord that you can find is actually at a lower level, which means that you can't exclude the very common Tentacool that are available while surfing on the route. But even with that improvement, Tentacool are found, and the encounter rate is quite low. Armed with plenty of super repels, Ruby will be spending a significant amount of time on this route in order to find the Wailord. We just saw a Sapphire coming back from the abandoned ship. There is a rare candy in a rock that is sitting just outside of the abandoned ship. As well, we will need to get Gorbis and Huntail, which are trait evolutions. And their trait evolution items are only obtainable by trading the scanner, which we find in the abandoned ship, with Captain Stern. Emerald, now armed with a level 770 legendary, is now able to pretty quickly and pretty easily go through the 8th gym, as well as go through Victory Road into the Elite Four. Along the way, we will be taking our Trico and Torchic, which we got traded all the way at the beginning of the run, and keeping them in our party with the experience share, as well as the experience trade boost that we get to get them to Grovyle and Combusken. Now, while Ruby is racking up the steps, while surfing, looking for Wailord, where we had our, I believe, Trapinch and Cacnea in the daycare, Sapphire is looking to get a particular level on the Pokemon that we have in Sapphire's daycare, namely Nincada. We have Nincada and Gulpin in the daycare right now. And with the level ranges that we can find Nincada and Gulpin at, as long as we get Nincada to level 19, then we can guarantee we have enough experience for evolving both of those in the next couple fights. LeafGreen traded or sold the items that it got from Sylph Company, all the vitamins, for cash, and now we're turning that cash into coins for the Game Corner. And this will be to purchase, I believe, a Dratini. So the Dratini line is a bit finicky in these games as a whole. So in FireRed and LeafGreen, the wild encounters for Dratini as well as Dragonair are quite rare, especially for Dragonair at only a 1% Super Rod fishing encounter in the Safari Zone. So obtaining either the Dratini or Dragonair from the Safari Zone isn't really feasible. Both FireRed and LeafGreen can buy Dratini from the Game Corner, as LeafGreen just did, but they also come at different levels. So FireRed will find a Dratini, I believe, at level 18, while LeafGreen will buy it for at level 24. And Dratini being in the slow experience group, that gap between level 18 and 24 is significant in making a dent in level grinding. And so we'll actually prefer, for getting Dratini to Dragonair and Dragonite, we'll prefer to start with Dratini that come from LeafGreen. In addition, there technically is a Dragonite, Shadow Dragonite, available in XD. However, similar to the requirement that Colosseum has for getting Ho-Oh. XD's requirement for making Shadow Dragonite available is snagging every other Shadow Pokemon. And that really is not feasible given the high number of Shadow Pokemon for XD, especially compared to Colosseum. So we will opt to get the Dratini line exclusively from the Game Corner. Now for XD, we finally evolved our Teddiursa into Ursaring, who will do pretty well in the upcoming dungeon and the rest of the game as a physical attacker. Now leading our Pidgeotto in FireRed on Keep Brink. At level 37, we're able to help guarantee encounters for the two main Pokemon that we're searching for here, which is Persian as well as 2 Golduck. The 2 Golduck are important for 2 reasons. One, we either need a Golduck from FireRed or a Slowbro from LeafGreen in order to trade for a Lickitung. In addition, especially for FireRed, it is very helpful to have a Pokemon with Damp for capturing a Weezing coming up in Pokemon Mansion. And so capturing 2 Golduck helps guarantee that at least one of them has the Damp ability. It's a 50-50 shot of having either the Damp ability or Cloud9. Colosseum is at the final fight for the Shadow Pokemon Lab, and similar to what we did for Entei with Dakim, we aren't the best equipped right now to capture Raikou, especially being so far away from a save point, and also not being fully healed for this particular fight. It's more consistent to wait a little bit and fight and snag his Raikou in his second fight in Realgam Tower. Now, Ruby is unfortunately going a little long in its search for Wailord. We've gotten at least a couple encounters, but they have all been tentacle so far. So with its waning number of super repels at its disposal, it still needs a decent chunk more for the rest of the game. We're instead opting to move back and forth on the same tile in order to save repel steps. At this point, it has plenty of steps to help in both the Trapinch and Cacnea experience for their evolutions, so that's no concern. As mentioned before, at least for FireRed, as well as LeafGreen upcoming for its jaunt into the first 3 islands of the Sevi Isles, when we're looking for especially Repel Trick Pokemon, we will equip the lead Mon with the Smoke Ball in order to help guarantee its escape. Especially in this area, even though Pidgeotto is relatively fast, Persian is faster. Just as Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald look to go to the herb shop for some cheap healing items, so is Colosseum doing so in the Under. Its money route, especially at this point, and once we get into post-game, especially with how expensive scents are, is pretty tight. And so we'll opt to get some decent healing items for a lot cheaper. For the Maxi and Archie fights in both Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, unfortunately there is a tendency for Mightyena and Crobat to confuse you, and especially if you're using X attacks to help with OHKOing for strength, this can be a difficulty, or make the fight more difficult. Fortunately, with just a bit of luck, we can get through it no problem. Finally, Ruby has found a level 35 Wailord, to be able to encounter and capture. And with that additional experience from the Archie fight for Sapphire, we are able to evolve Nincada into Ninjask. And since we have a free slot open in our party, that also gets us a Shedinja. In Colosseum, since we just arrived from our fight at the Shadow Pokémon lab, we can go back to Agate and prepare for the real Gambit. We can withdraw our Hitmontop from the daycare, which is actually fully has heart gauge fully depleted, so we can go purify it as well as our Skiploom and Flaffy. Now with the repel tricking done for Ruby for now, we are able to do something similar for FireRed, and we can see the damp Golduck coming into play here, preventing Wheezing from using self-destruct while we are leading our level 31 Oddish to increase our odds of finding the level 32 Wheezing. Unfortunately for Emerald in the Glacia fight, as you may imagine, Rayquaza does not have the best matchup against her team. This particular Rayquaza had a bit too low of an attack for us to be able to OHKO reliably, and so this results in a bit of a prolonged fight. And just as LeafGreen made a bit of a detour to pick up Dratini, FireRed will be making a detour to pick up Scyther here. And just as XD picked up the Amulet Coin, and all of the Hoenn games picked up the Amulet Coin after the fight with Norman, we are getting the Amulet Coin in FireRed from the aid here, as well as the experience share immediately after. The money is certainly important for FireRed and LeafGreen for their money route, and getting enough coins for those Game Corner Pokemon. Next, he just had a pretty smooth fight against Team Snag'em lead here. This fight can be a bit difficult because of how much Hyper Beam spam there is, as well as how cooperative the initial Electrode is, It didn't paralyze on Spark, and it only used Sonic Boom after that, so that was pretty straightforward. As for LeafGreen, it was able to get a level 38 Raticate in Pokemon Mansion, and we just used that to Repel Trick on Bound Bridge for a level 40 Pidgeotto. That will be important for a subsequent Repel Trick. Now we have Sapphire fighting Kyogre. So our overall strategy here is to paralyze, start off by paralyzing it. So that's our Magnemite is able to do that off the bat. It also is holding the Quick Claw in case Kyogre chooses to use an Hydro Pump or Ice Beam to one-hit KO us, or if it doesn't, Body Slam, which as you can see does not OHKO us. Or if it does not use Calm Mind. Now we want to Feint to it, which we are able to do. And then we swap to our pre-damaged Swellow, which is at only 6 HP, but has Endeavor since we evolved it from a level 26 Tailo. So this brings us to the highest capture rate that we can have for Kyogre with it being paralyzed. And now we can swap to the Shedinja that we had just obtained and just evolved from our fight in the Seafloor Cavern. And now, since Kyogre's only attacking moves are Hydro Pump and Ice Beam, as well as Body Slam, we can keep our Shedinja out, and it is not at risk of fainting due to Wonder Guard. And we can throw as many net balls as we need to capture Kyogre. Just like with Suicune in Colosseum, the net balls offer a much higher capture rate than the Ultra Balls, and so we're able to capture Kyogre relatively quickly. Using our same Raticate lead for LeafGreen, we're also Repel Tricking in our Berry Forest to capture Venomoth. Colosseum is also starting its gauntlet in Realgam Tower, starting with Mirror B. We don't bother catching a Sudowoodo. We can get it relatively easily in Emerald as an alternative, as well as its heart gauge is pretty high for not being a legendary Pokemon. And now is the point where Sapphire has completed most of its current tasks. It's captured Kyogre. It no longer needs Swellow to help in that capture, and it's ready to trade with Ruby. However, unfortunately, because Ruby took so much time in trying to capture Wailord, just find Wailord and capture it, it is a bit behind. And so Sapphire is going to take this extra time and start the search for Feebas. If you don't know, Feebas is an encounter, a fishing encounter on this route only. I think it's Route 119. And it only appears on 6 tiles of the over 400 water tiles that are on this route. The tiles are random. There's no way to determine which one Feebas will be found in other than by fishing. And going tile by tile via trial and error. And so Sapphire will be starting this process now with the extra time. The overall strategy for this is to use the old rod instead of the super rod. So the old rod, the good rod, and the super rod all provide the same encounter chance for finding a Feebas at 50% if you're on the right tile. However, the old rod will require less A presses effectively to get an encounter. You don't have to wait for the dots to show up as often in order for the game to say a Pokemon's on the hook. Now with Rayquaza, Emerald is finishing up the Elite Four and getting some of the last experience for both Grovyle and Combusken. Ruby is also following in the tracks of Sapphire, as well as Emerald, and it got the rare candy on Route 132. But it will also be continuing down the route to Route 134, where it is armed with a Wailord, Relicanth, and a Dig User. With the extra battles that Colosseum has before the admin fights in Realgam Tower, we can use that to evolve our Flaffy and our Skiploom that we've snagged at the beginning of the game and get them to Ampharos and Jumpluff. Jumpluff in particular will be useful for the upcoming set of fights. Not only for the rest of the gauntlet of the admins, but also the final Colosseum fight at the top of Realgam Tower. We'll be teaching it Protect currently to give it more options in those fights. The AI tends to target Pokemon that it sees a kill on. So Jumpluff can use that to its advantage to get a free turn by choosing to protect on that turn when it is double targeted. XD is also now starting a gauntlet of its own in the Cypher Key Lair. There are many fights going up in this building, as well as in the following dungeon of Citydark Isle. It's going to be a lot of PowerPoint management between Jolteon and Ursaring after they get past the initial heal point. To make sure that they have enough PowerPoints to get through the gauntlet of fights that they have to go through. Meanwhile, as Emerald has completed the Elite Four, and we've gotten the National Dex, a couple new areas open up. And the first priority is the underground pass behind the Digging Maniac's house. So we'll be able to get a Ditto from there. In addition, we'll be able to pick up the remaining fossil that we did not pick up from Mirage Tower. Colosseum unfortunately has some bad luck with Venus. Venus's gimmick is disabling your Pokemon with Attract and Paralysis. And both my Espeon and Typhlosion are in a bit of a tough place from both of those conditions, as well as now Confusion. Loudred would also be a nice encounter from Emerald. Unfortunately, we did get a crit there to knock it out, as it is a more common encounter here than in Victory Road. And with that jaunt into the Abandoned Ship for Ruby, we have picked up the other Trade Evolution item for Clamperl. Lickitung acts very nicely for HMs, for both Surf and Strength, for here and when we go into the post-game for FireRed. FireRed is now starting the Victory Road catch grind. In addition to the designated catches, it will be seeking out It'll also be fainting catches to level up and evolve its Caterpie. Currently, we have Emerald going to the Berry Master's wife, and will be inputting the special phrase challenge contest. For her, this is a phrase that's only available once you complete the Elite Four, and will give us the Palm Tray Berry. Berry has a very high level of dryness, which corresponds to beauty stats for Pokeblock making. This will be helpful for making Pokeblocks for evolving Feebas later in the run. Emerald is also picking up all of the berries that are outside the Berry Master's house. All of these berries are friendship berries in Emerald only. So if they are used on a Pokemon, they will give it a certain amount of friendship in exchange for reducing the effort values of a corresponding stat. These will be helpful for friendship evolutions, as this features only in Pokemon Emerald. These berries still exist outside the Berry Master's house in Ruby and Sapphire, but they are only used for Pokeblock making. Colosseum is now fighting Admin Ein. Aiden still has his Raikou, and the overall strategy here, at least that Ein tries to use, is to toxic your entire team and try to protect, to be annoying. His AI seems to be a bit random as to who it targets with toxic and when it protects. So a lot of full heals are in use for healing off the poison and trying to make sure we stay healthy for capturing the Raikou. Now Emerald's continuing the berry search, fighting the Ninja Boy on the subsequent route outside Fortree to get additional Pomeg berries, and with this experience we can get Grovyle into Sceptile. Ruby has now cleaned up catches outside of the daycare, and it's looking to deposit down and prepare for trade with Sapphire. Be withdrawing its Pokemon from the daycare and rearranging the team to get ready for that trade. Ruby is giving the trade evolution item to Clamperl, as well as rare candies that it has collected to Spheal and Snorunt to give to Sapphire. Now, both of these rare candies will help with additional level up evolution Pokemon on Sapphire's side. In this scenario that Ruby finds Snorunt at a higher level, it can get away with giving away fewer rare candies to Sapphire. In this route, it didn't end up mattering, as both Ruby and Sapphire got extra rare candies from Zigzagoon pickup, but this doesn't always happen. For the Colosseum fight, unfortunately, we were unable to put Raikou to sleep, and so our alternative strategy is to pull out Ampharos and use Thunder Wave to get it paralyzed. Ultra Balls followed by Timer Balls will do the trick for Raikou. In addition, Emerald has had an additional fight and was able to evolve our Combuskin into Blaziken. And in LeafGreen, we are leading our Pidgeot that we have evolved from Pidgeotto with a rare candy. And with it, us Repel Tricking at level 41, we're able to better guarantee a relatively even spread between Primeape, Sandslash, and Fearow for capture. In addition, LeafGreen is also doing as FireRed is doing, and has a Weedle in the party for evolution into Beedrill. The trade evolutions are also occurring for both Ruby and Sapphire right now. Ideally, when you're doing a trade evolution, you do one trade evolution for another. So we can both have both of the animations occurring effectively at the same time, rather than being staggered, which would take more time overall. The overall objective of the Ruby Sapphire trade is not only getting the trade evolution for Clamperl for both forms, it is also each game is also trading over level up evolutions. So for example, we see Ruby trading a level 32 Spheal to Sapphire. In this way, we can benefit from the trade experience boost on Spheal to get it up to a wall rain more quickly. In addition, since Sapphire really doesn't have a need for Endeavor Swallow anymore, Ruby can now use Endeavor Swallow for the Groudon fight upcoming. FireRed is gone through the Victory Road. We will be returning in order to clean up a few more catches. Ideally, we are looking for an Arbok, which is normally a 5% spawn, but is increased by repel tricking at either level 44 or 46. And both of those levels of Pokemon are found in Victory Road, so we can lead with this level 44 Machoke to help increase our odds of finding an Arbok. In addition, FireRed withdrew Bulbasaur from the daycare, so it's gained some levels while we've been traveling around through the story. And now it will accompany us for the Elite Four as well as the post-game in order to gain some experience and evolve into Venusaur. At the same time, Emerald, after having evolved into Blaziken, is now exploring the remaining new portion of the Safari Zone. We initially started off by searching for a Mareep. All Mareep have static, and in Pokemon Emerald, static has a 50-50 chance of forcing an electric-type encounter. And so we can use this to have a very high chance of finding a Pikachu. This is actually the highest percent chance that you can have for a Pikachu in the Gen 3 games, and so we use this to our advantage to get 3 Pikachu. Similar to the Ein fight, for the second Dakeem fight, we are also wanting to capture the Entei that we did not capture in the first fight. So Dakeem's gimmick is his Pokemon will alternate Protect and use Earthquake to protect themselves from the Earthquake damage if they are not immune with Levitate. In addition, for both Ruby and Sapphire, they have finished the trade, but instead of resetting the game like we have done in the past, they are actually going to be mixing records. So this is a lesser-known feature introduced in the Gen 3 games, mainly the Hoenn games, that allows for sharing of certain information across the games. In this case, the main game, player 1 will be Sapphire in the bottom right. And the main objective for us in this playthrough is that this copies over the Feebas tiles that Sapphire has and applies them to Ruby. So what this effectively means is both Ruby and Sapphire can now work on the same set of Feebas tiles at the same time. And overall, this increases your odds of finding a Feebas sooner rather than later. This also means if one game finds a Feebas tile, the other game will be able to go to that tile immediately to catch a Feebas for itself. Emerald will also be catching Phanpy and Natu in the Safari Zone. These are the best places to find them where they are close to their evolution levels. And with a much faster time compared to Raikou, we've gotten Entei. With all of the admins complete, Colosseum returns to Egan to get the Master Ball. Colosseum also uses this opportunity to fill up on Vivid Sense, as in case we faint at any time or black out, white out during the final gauntlet, we won't lose as much money. As mentioned before, Colosseum will lose half of its money if it loses or whites out or blacks out. Once again, checking Entei's stats to see whether it is preferable to Suicune to put into the daycare. And doing the same for Raikou. These, as well as Metagross, will be the main 4 Pokemon considered for daycare spots, as well as used for the time flutes. Ruby is now starting its fight with Groudon, and it's a very similar strategy to Sapphire's strategy of first paralyzing and then endeavoring down with Swellow. Unfortunately, because Groudon is ground type, we can't use Thunder Wave as a guaranteed paralysis to paralyze Groudon. Rather, we had to rely on Stun Spore. This is why we had caught Roselia earlier before we traded with Sapphire, and we also took Sapphire's Quick Claw and put it on both our own Quick Claw and Ruby on Breloom as well as onto Roselia. So it has a chance of outspeeding if Groudon does not go for an attacking move. But we did land the Stun Spore, and Roselia's fainted. In this fight, we'll also want to count the number of Fire Blasts that Groudon has used in case we are looking at an extended fight. But with the low health that Swellow was able to get to with the wild encounters in Origin Cave, we can get Groudon down to very low HP. We taught this Duskull Rain Dance in the case that it does actually survive to counteract the sun and waste a little bit less time in text because the rain that replaces the sun will fade in 5 turns. But as with Sapphire, where we used Shedinja to avoid all damage while the legendary is paralyzed and at very low health, instead of using a Shedinja, we instead use 2 Duskull. We attack once with Duskull to get it to a little bit lower health, so that it's at absolute highest chance of capture success. And then we can swap between the 2 Duskull and revive the other one if we do get hit by a Fire Blast. Once Groudon is out of Fire Blasts, however, we are free to stay in and not revive. Groudon's only 3 attacking moves are Earthquake, Slash, and Fire Blast. Duskull has Levitate and is a Ghost type, so it is immune to Earthquake and Slash, and so Fire Blast is our only concern. Of course, a Net Ball won't work on Groudon, so our best options are Ultra Ball for the first 10 turns, and then once we hit turn 11 plus, it is slightly better to go for Timer Balls. In this case, we don't quite get to that point, and an Ultra Ball does the trick. Of note, both Kyogre and Groudon's catch rates are slightly better than the typical legendary catch rate that we'll see with the Regis later in Ruby. You can see now both FireRed and LeafGreen are going through the Elite Four, and using this as an opportunity to share experience with the Pokemon that need level up evolutions. Lorelei is a bit of a trickier fight with FireRed using Charizard, as Sunny Day is required to counteract the high damage from Dugong Surf so that we can set up. Because Horsey is at such a low level, it will be holding the experience share for the rest of the Elite Four and will evolve into Seadra by the end. In addition, we have also swapped our Growlithe that we withdrew from the PC at the daycare, who has Intimidate, and we'll put him in the front. In this way, we can use Growlithe in the same way that we used Zigzagoon for the Hoenn games in the first Archie or Maxi fight. We can get an Intimidate off at the same time that we activate a Guard Spec. Growlithe is weak enough such that even an intimidated Onix will be able to OHKO with an Earthquake, and then we can send in Charizard with the Guard Spec up. Now we can set up X Defend to help protect against the quad effective Rock Tomb, and under Guard Spec we will not lose any speed. At the same time, we can start setting up X Specials in order to power up to sweep through the rest of Bruno's team. With Onix consistently hitting us with Rock Tomb, it brings us down into Blaze range, which is enough with the X Special boosts to get the rest of Bruno's team. At the same time, LeafGreen's having a bit of trouble with healing ranges on Lapras with Blastoise. Unfortunately, with the IVs and nature that Blastoise has, this is a risk with this certain level of boosts and using Bite on Lapras. Goes without saying, but for both these Elite Four fights as well as Elite Four Round 2s for FireRed, LeafGreen, as well as Elite Four run-throughs for the Hoenn games, the lead Pokemon is holding an amulet coin to help boost the amount of prize money we get for future purchases. Most notably, the Game Corner Pokemon in FireRed LeafGreen, as well as Pokeball purchases for Pokemon Ruby. Pokemon Emerald doesn't have as much money problems, mostly due to the higher number of fights that Emerald has to do compared to the other games. But its money will still be put to good use. And as said before, Emerald is going through the Safari Zone extension right now, and picking up a lot of the Pokemon which may be a bit more difficult to find in either FireRed or LeafGreen, or would take a lot of time to obtain in Colosseum or XD, where it's a pretty simple catch to get in the Safari Zone. Of note, we can use the repel trick if we are missing certain Pokemon from the Safari Zone. Most notably for Stantler, Gligar, Houndour, and Miltank, we can use the repel trick to force those encounters relatively straightforwardly. And at the same time that Charizard is getting experience on Horsey for the first round of the Elite Four, LeafGreen is getting experience on the Dratini, so that it will evolve before the end of the Elite Four into Dragonair and continue its journey to eventually be a Dragonite. Similar to the Protect strategies that we saw in previous Colosseum fights, we're now with the admin fight here with Gorgon in XD. And initial strategies or moves that Gorgon does is pretty repeatable. The Protect strategy on Celio and Lairon, so we can play around this. The Gonzap fight for Colosseum has a similar strategy to try to bait out an Earthquake by Pinsir with a double Protect in order to get some good damage on Crawdaunt. With Typhlosion and Espeon, there is no good way of getting damage on Crawdaunt. Some of the other potential areas to watch out for in especially XD with fights with a lot of Shadow Pokemon is certain Shadow moves will target both Jolteon and Ursaring, and these moves can have long animations. So Hypno, ideally, we take out pretty early on, as soon as it comes out, because it will use Shadow Storm, which has a pretty long animation. Unfortunately, we don't usually have enough power to take it out immediately. As for Colosseum, now it is starting the final Colosseum set at Realgam Tower. We have taught Typhlosion Earthquake over Flame Wheel, so it has a bit less flexibility in what it can do, but we really do need all 4 of its moves now. Sunny Day, Earthquake, Fire Blast, and Protect to continue on through the rest of the fights. And as LeafGreen starts the Lance fight, we also see that Ruby is using Groudon to go through the final gym leader and now through Victory Road to use or help train up the trades that were received from Sapphire to get that extra bonus experience rate, notably for Spoink at the moment, to evolve into Grumpig. After the fight with Gorgon, XD can now grab a couple Ultra Balls as well as rare candy from a side area of a Cipher Key Lair, which is normally guarded by fights, but since we defeated Gorgon, that is not of concern. In addition, it will also visit the side area to pick up some revives, as well as enter the downstairs area to pick up the TM for Thunderbolt. This will round out Jolteon's moveset for Citadark Isle and give it a more reliable option than Thundershock or Thunder, and a stronger option than Thundershock to get through those fights. This TM can technically be picked up earlier, but it is guarded by a fight, so it's likely not worth it to get earlier in the Cipher Key Lair. Of note, teaching Typhlosion Earthquake for Colosseum is pretty helpful in this fight and in the next fight in order to combat the dark types that Espeon is unable to deal with Psychic. In addition, for FireRed, after setting up on Pidgeot with X specials and speed, as well as setting up Sun to survive Blastoise's Hydro Pump, with just the right stats, we can survive and live with just enough HP to survive and live in Blaze range. So this extra boost will allow us to get through a majority of the rest of the fight. And we'll see a similar strategy with LeafGreen, with Blastoise. The only difference here is that Blastoise does have Blizzard, so it's able to set up a little bit easier and doesn't have to rely on getting into Torrent, but rather does have to rely on hitting Blizzard with an X accuracy boost. So because we are at such a high special attack boost from our X specials earlier in the fight, with FireRed, Arcanine will see that and use Roar. That unfortunately gets rid of our boosts and also switches out into Horsey, who we're trying to keep alive to give experience to. So we're going to swap out to Machoke and give an opportunity to heal for Charizard. And with one X special, as well as a boost from Blaze, Fire Blast will take down Arcanine. And with that, we've beaten the Elite Four for FireRed and gotten our Horsey just up to level 32, so it can evolve into Seadra. We now see the usefulness of having the Set Electrode encounter for Ruby earlier in the Magma Hideout. The Sonic Boom helps us take care of these lower level catches without risking fainting them. LeafGreen has a bit of an easier time taking care of the rival. And while Ruby has just gone through Victory Road and discovered the Elite Four, has flown back and done starting to do a little bit of cleanup encounters on the route after Falarbor. At the same time, Sapphire is still in Victory Road, but taking the opportunity with the Super Rod still available to fish up both a Barboach and Whiscash. And with Cipher Key Layer done, XD will be looking to purify the main remaining Shadow Pokémon that we've snagged earlier in the run, and get them set up in the Purification Chamber for the long walking sequence that we'll see throughout Citadark Isle. It'll allow us to purify a little bit of the catches that we get in Citadark Isle, as well as some of the catches that we don't immediately purify at this point. XD is now using the additional cents that we had picked up from Agate with all of our additional money to again purify down the remaining snags that we had gotten earlier in the run. Colosseum is now also facing Nascor, and this can be a pretty nasty fight, especially if you're not prepared for it. There are a lot of different variations to this fight. I did mention it earlier, but a unique property, quirk in Colosseum is that for many of the enemy fights that have more than 3 or so Pokemon, it is random who they send out first. And so each set of 2 intro Pokemon can give you a vastly different result in the fight. In the case of Nascor, we really want to set up as much as we can with Espeon to get high special attack and sweep through most of his team with Psychic. Unfortunately, this battle did not go exactly as planned. So now Ruby has moved on to Meteor Falls, and in the back cave where we can find Bagon. Of note, we'll need 3 Bagon from this area, as well as Solrock, and the Bagon need to be at least one at level 35, and another one at level 30, and another one at any level, 25, 30, or 35. Electrode's use of Sonic Boom and Spark here is helpful, but unfortunately Electrode is still a bit frail at its lower level compared to the other mons in this area. Its exceptional speed, though, is very useful for being able to escape from even Golbat. Now with LeafGreen and FireRed in the post-game, going through the 1 Isle sequence, we're doing something similar to before, since LeafGreen will be looking for, in this case, actually Rock Smash encounters, we will once again want to lead with an Illuminate Pokemon, which is Fainted. So we intentionally feint our Starmie here, which is our Staryu before, with Illuminate. And since we've gotten now our Dragonair up to level 33, we get to swap off its experience share and give it for just a little bit to Omanite. And here with XD, it's doing all the swapping that it can at this point with the selection of wild mons that I was able to capture to get as many as possible up to full tempo. And if possible, if we have any unique sets where there are no repeated Pokemon, we'll be shifting around the orientation of the center Shadow Pokemon to get that tempo bonus. Now at the Nasquar fight, we do want to capture Metagross. And so thankfully, our Jumpluff lives with 1 HP and is able to get off a Sleep Powder on the Metagross. The normal strategy with Jumpluff is that it can be faster than its target. If set up Sunny Day with Typhlosion. And then it has access to Cotton Spore to slow the opponent. And if it can protect at the right time, it can resist the attack and then attack on the next turn with Sleep Powder to put it back to sleep. Unfortunately, in this situation, kind of out of options. And with Metagross having Clear Body, we're unable to be faster than it. So if it's faster, it's going to be faster, and when it wakes up, it will target Jumpluff and knock it out. The other risk that we have here is we see that Metagross has shifted to using Shadow Rush and not Psychic, which means it's going to receive some amount of recoil from every use onwards. And so we are effectively on a time limit for how many turns we have to capture Metagross. At the same time, in LeafGreen, we are also seeing that we are leading with our Illuminate Pokemon and our Dragonair, who we raised to level 35 with rare candies. And this will help us find a Magcargo in our Rock Smash rocks. And indeed, we do find the level 42 Magcargo pretty soon after that. Dragonair is actually pretty useful as utility for capturing Mons, since it has access to both Thunder Wave and Dragon Rage. Fortunately, our timer is coming up for Metagross, as it only has one attack left before it knocks itself out. In a last-ditch attempt to get some more turns on the clock, use Protect there. It didn't end up mattering as it was fully paralyzed, but an additional turn will make the timer ball a little bit more useful with a higher catch rate. And indeed, we do capture the Metagross. At the same time, in XD, as you notice, we have evolved our Ralts that we snagged earlier on into Kirlia. Kirlia will be in our party for the first set of battles in Citydark Isle to give it more experience to evolve towards the end of Citydark into Gardevoir. One last note for Colosseum before it goes into the final battle. We have the same issue with Evice as we do with Nascore, in that there are many different starting strategies and scenarios to keep an eye out for and to prepare for. Unfortunately, didn't play this one very well. We got the Slowking, Slacking lead. Slowking leads Skill Swap into Slacking to get rid of its Truant, and without the proper setup, aren't able to get Espeon set up with high special attack to sweep through the team. So as Dragonair comes out of the Mount Ember interior with the Macargo, we now can go into the nearby grass and get the other fire Pokemon encounters. Again, Dragonair showing its usefulness in having access to Dragon Rage. Plus Ultra Ball makes a lot of these catches pretty straightforward. Ruby has taken a bit of a detour and climbed the waterfall at the top of Route 119. Using the Acro Bike, we can cross the gap and get a rare candy, as well as 2 Hondu berries. And surfing down to the southern end of the river, we can pick up a leaf stone, which we'll use later for Nuzleaf. And by raising Dragonair's level once again with rare candies to 38, we can use Repel Trick to help increase our odds of finding both a Magmar and a Rapidash. And actually, we get one pretty quickly. FireRed still in the post game here, actually in Icefall Cave, picking up a couple encounters here, such as Dugong, also made easier with access to Dragon Rage by Charizard. We'll lead level 30 Ditto, again Repel Tricking, in order to help us get our Delibird encounter within the interior of Icefall Cave. At the same time, in Emerald, we've gone from Shoal Cave to pick up a a rare candy inside now that it's full tide, high tide, from leaving the game at 10 a.m. And we've flown back to Victory Road. Victory Road is where we've actually caught this Golbat in our party, and where we've also given it the Soothe Bell. So we brought it back to its caught location and are currently giving it many friendship raising berries that we got at the Berry Master's house. And this will raise, but the combination of it holding the Soothe Bell, as well as it being in the location where it was caught, will give it enough of a boost such that it's at the threshold for evolution into Crobat. Meanwhile, while Emerald is heading over to this secluded area to both pick up a rare candy, as well as do this double battle to get enough experience to get our Golbat to evolve, Ruby did a little bit of fishing on Route 119 to check Feebas tiles. And as it's checking Feebas tiles, it's combining these checks and information with the tiles that Sapphire has already checked to get an overall understanding of which tiles have already been checked. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of a mismatch in the footage for this, so Ruby will be waiting here for a little while longer for Emerald to trade, but that's just okay. The overall strategy for Feebas hunting, as we'll see later, though you may be tempted to fish on each tile twice, just to double check that you didn't miss a tile that may have contained Feebas, overall the faster option is to do only a single check per tile. It does go a lot faster too if you opt to use the old rod over the super rod or good rod. Emerald may also have an advantage with fishing for Feebas due to the Suction Cup ability. If you lead with a Pokemon Suction Cups, you're more likely to have successful fishing attempts. But because Emerald does a lot better with breeding and hatching eggs compared to any of the other GBA games, that is Emerald's main focus. And only Ruby and Sapphire will be searching for Feebas. Notice both on LeafGreen and now FireRed, they are depositing the Ditto that they found in Pokemon Mansion, as well as the fossil they revived, into the daycare. So each of them will be generating a Kabuto and an Ammonite egg. These eggs will be picked up once we're done with the rest of the post-game story and Rocket Warehouse. now at Pacific Log Town, Emerald is ready to trade with Ruby. The overall trade strategy for going between Ruby and Emerald is that Emerald no longer needs the high-level Rayquaza that it caught for doing Elite Four runs, whereas Ruby is not as equipped to run through the Elite Four with Groudon as Sapphire is relatively well off running through with its low-level Kyogre. In addition, Emerald is unique in that the trade that's available in Pacific Log Town is different than Ruby and Sapphire, and you're actually able to trade a Bagon for a Horsey. And this will allow us to get a Seadra relatively easily, as opposed to the leveling up that would be required in FireRed, or the additional RNG required in trying to surf or fish up a high-level Horsey in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. In addition, the Pokemon are holding particular items. So Rayquaza is holding the Pomeg Berry, so that will be sent over to Ruby for Pokeblock blending. As well, the Thunderstone that Ruby obtained from the yellow shard that it got while searching for Chinchou and Relicanth was traded over to Emerald. So now Emerald has a Thunderstone to use. There's also another trade benefit, in-game trade benefit, from the trade that we just had between Ruby and Emerald. Ruby and Sapphire have a different trade than Emerald in Fort Tree City, where this lady requests a Pikachu for a Skitty. And so this allows us to get this Skitty encounter relatively easily, as Pikachu is, with the static ability in Emerald, is a pretty easy catch. And with the Colosseum fight against Evice, it's gone a little bit better. And we managed to snag the Tyranitar with the Master Ball. Tyranitar has a bit of a lower catch rate to Metagross. And so it's better to use a Master Ball for this fight in general. Fortunately, as soon as Tyranitar comes out, we do see a lot of additional delay with animations on Sandstorm, like we saw in the lead-up to Dekeen. But with only Slowking remaining, there really isn't much of a threat to our team. FireRed and LeafGreen continuing to go through post-game Savvy Isles. They're picking up a couple different Pokemon here to fulfill the Johto requirements. So we're getting a Hoppip from this area that's a guaranteed encounter on this patch of land, Memorial Rock, as well as both of them will pick up the Metal Coat, which is available nearby. In addition, FireRed will be doing a bit of searching in the grass right around the Rocket Warehouse, where we'll be able to pick up 2 Sentret. Fortunately, they evolve at a pretty low level, so they'll only need a little bit of experience from the encounters and fights that we have in the warehouse to level up and evolve. At the same time, we're seeing one of the examples of why XD is pretty valuable in terms of the overall catching list for these games. Many of the Shadow Pokémon encounters in Dark Isle are Pokémon that you'd find in Kanto, and specifically the Kanto Safari Zone. So Kangaskhan, Chansey, Pinsir, Scyther, all of these are here, and other than the ones that are easier to buy in FireRed and LeafGreen, so that's your Pinsir and your Scyther, Kangaskhan, Dodrio, Tauros, all of these will be very valuable catches that allow us to avoid the RNG mess that the Safari Zone can be. Sapphire, after having completed the Elite Four, is now moving on to a bit of level grinding for the Pokemon that were traded from Ruby. So, primarily the Spheal, now Celio, and Snorunt. Interesting quirk about post-game Wally. As soon as you beat the Elite Four the first time and you return to Victory Road, he'll be available to fight. But in order to fight him again, I find that you have to exit and enter Victory Road at least 1 or 2 times, sometimes more, to get his fight to reactivate. And then you can immediately fight him once more, and then in order to fight him again and have his team level up, you have to fight the Elite Four again. So you can fight Wally pretty much infinitely. It's just you get 2 shots immediately after beating the Elite Four the first time, and then you get to fight him after the Elite Four, after each subsequent time you beat the Elite Four. Now we're starting to see with Emerald, we had deposited the Vigoroth that we had just gotten from Ruby into the daycare with our Ditto, and pretty quickly got a Slackoth egg out of that. So that allows us to avoid another 5% encounter Slackoth in Petalburg Woods. And again, we'll be combining that with the Slugma, Magma Armor, Flame Body ability to give us a faster hatch time on that egg, and all eggs going forward in Emerald. For Colosseum, we just sat through the credits, which are mandatory for saving the game. Stock up on any additional net balls, ultra balls, as well as check the status of our Vibrava. Just like at the beginning of the game with Quilava, we know that we need to get Vibrava down to 3 bars or lower in its heart gauge in order for it to start gaining experience. And it only needs 2 more levels in order to evolve into Flygon. So we're going to give it some Vivid Sense right now to get it to that 3 bar and lower mark, and then give it the experience share. Even though it's not gaining experience visually at this point, it will gain all of this experience from these post-game fights once it's purified. And that will allow us to get a Flygon. Meanwhile, both FireRed and LeafGreen are going through the Rocket Warehouse right now, and are using this as an opportunity to get experience from these fights on on the mons that are in the party. So we were able to evolve our Ivysaur into Venusaur finally, as well as we'll be able to get Skiploom and Furret from this on the FireRed side, as well as get to Kingler and Azumarill on the LeafGreen side. On the Sapphire side, after our fight with Wally in Victory Road, and after fainting our Volbeat to get a slightly higher encounter rate here in the early routes, we're able to Repel Trick with a lead Poochyena, which has Runaway, so guaranteeing our escape from any faster mons, and this gives us a slightly higher chance of finding a Ralts, which is a pretty easy catch with a Nest Ball. We'll need 2 of these Ralts to couple with the Gardevoir that we're getting in XD. Meanwhile, in Ruby, with the additional levels that we have on the Rayquaza, as well as the slightly different spread of stats that Glacia has on her Pokemon in Ruby, Rayquaza has an easier time handling most of the team. Emerald, after having gone through the Battle Frontier, is doing a bit of cleanup, so just caught Sudowoodo, and moved on to Artisan Cave to now catch a Smeargle. Again, these are much easier catches than attempting to get these in Colosseum. As FireRed is leveling up Hoppip, it's actually important that we do delete a couple moves in order to make room for Stun Spore and Sleep Powder as it tries to learn them. Skiploom will actually be used to help catch a couple lower level Pokemon upcoming in FireRed. And for Emerald, now that we have the second fossil that we missed, we got just after beating the Elite Four, we can hand it over to the researcher and get our Anorith. Ruby and Sapphire have already handed over their fossils when they were getting the experience share in their games, so there's no breeding that's necessary to get additional copies of Anorith or Lileep. In general, for Citadark Isle on XD, we do have a pretty significant level advantage throughout a significant portion of the run-through, even though we have an experience share on Curlia for the first third or so of the area. So these fights are pretty straightforward, which I think is interesting in contrast to kind of the level, very steep level curve that we see in Colosseum. We'll see even in these post-game fights, the level jumps up pretty quickly. Now that we have Curlia at level 29, we don't need to have it in our party anymore. All it needs is a little bit more experience when next we reach a PC. It's better served going into its spot in set 1 to make it complete at this point. And we see those little extra curves on the tempo bar, or the flow bar rather, on Shelder, and that's a result of having no repeated types on a couple of our sets, and that will result in a faster purification time for any Pokemon, Shadow Pokemon within those sets that also meet those requirements. Colosseum back in the Snag'em hideout. Takes a bit of a detour to Gonzap's office to pick up another set of 3 rare candies. Very convenient. No fights are necessary. If you come back there later, you will have to do additional fights, but at this point, they don't bother you. So there's another interesting component of the Snag'em hideout for Colosseum. I have accidentally talked to that bodybuilder before. As well, an interesting little bit of trivia, I guess, here. You can get a couple Ultra Balls here from the Snag Machine. Probably not strictly necessary, but if desperate, it can give you some extra money to work with for cents later in the game. So Emerald is continuing breeding additional Pokemon. So now that we have our Ditto and we have our Slackoth egg, we're now getting the Hoenn starter Pokemon, so Torchic and Trico. And it's pretty convenient because these were both traded from different save files. We have a higher chance of getting an egg within a particular egg cycle. So egg cycles are 256 steps, and if the Pokemon in the daycare are different, and are different species and different original trainers, then there's a 50% chance every 256 steps that we get an egg. Chance is drastically lower to 20% if they're the same original trainer. And so Emerald, you'll see from here on out, while it is doing the breeding, it will be going back and forth in this area in Mauville and the daycare. And of course we need 2 eggs for Torchic to get both Torchic and Kabuskin, and this will follow for the other starters. And so we'll see 2 eggs coming out of that. Colosseum has snagged another one of the Johto starters at this point that will help helped add to our collection, as well as both FireRed and LeafGreen, picking up the nuggets from the cave on 3 Isle and going to complete the network connection, basically completing the main post-game events for both of these games. Magnemite coming in handy, similarly to how useful it was for the Kyogre fight, as well as how useful Electrode was in the similar area for Ruby. Magnemite is even more useful as it has access to both Thunder Wave and Sonic Boom. Another thing to note about Colosseum, in the post-game especially, a lot of the events are triggered based on the emails you get, and occasionally if you've looked at those emails. So it's important to keep track of which emails you have and look at them in the required order, and we'll see that coming into play after this next battle. Same time, we see Ruby has actually gone into Sky Pillar as well. This is another actually pretty significant difference between Emerald and Ruby Sapphire. The Sky Pillar is locked off until post-game for both Ruby and Sapphire, and so it holds really high level Pokemon, especially on the top floor. And this makes it really valuable in those two games as an alternative to the Elite Four for level grinding Pokemon. With the Elite Four, you're kind of committed into fighting all of the members, and whichever Pokemon has the experience share for that battle, it's going to get most of the experience. You get a bit more flexibility in Sky Pillar encounters. Not to mention the fact that there are useful catches that we do need here that Emerald did not get on its trip up to Sky Pillar, and so we can take care of both of those at once. And so all the members of Ruby's party at this point will be taking advantage of the power of Rayquaza to feint these wild Pokemon, as well as their relatively high experience yield. The only exception here is Mawile. It's kind of unfortunate. Mawile and Sableye, not only do they have a low catch rate, but their experience yield is kind of garbage. So we hope to get encounters other than them, like Golbat or Claydol, Dusclops. And now we have FireRed and LeafGreen doing their first trade, on these save files anyway. And they will be trading 2 Mons with each other. They'll be trading each of their Dittos and each of their Fossil Mons. So trading the Dittos over helps in the long run for both of them for generating eggs more quickly. Again, if we trade the Dittos over, that means the Ditto will have a different original trainer than the Mons caught in the base game. And so, especially with the lower step speed of the regular bike in FireRed and LeafGreen, this helps in egg generation significantly. In addition, by trading the fossils over to each other, each of the games gains the benefit of the trade experience bonus. So both of them can bring the Fossil Mons to Elite Four Round 2 to gain enough experience to evolve. This is especially important, as we'll see for the trades that Emerald will be doing soon. But since the fossil Pokemon are only obtainable in their respective games, and they start at a relatively low level 5 in the case of Ammonite and Kabuto, and 20 in the case of Lileep and Anorith, they need the lion's share of the experience throughout the game. And so trading these fossils now between FireRed and LeafGreen gives them that additional benefit. Now with the Wailord, the two Wailord fight done, in the Under for Colosseum, we'll be depositing our party down to only 2 Pokemon. So this is, you may describe it as a bit of an exploit or an understanding of, again, how Pokemon Colosseum's post-game mechanics work. Again, the flagging and the sequencing of events is based on what emails you have, and importantly, if you've looked at them yet or not. So we will be fainting in the next fight. That's why we're down to only 2 Pokemon, and as a result, we're wanting to use up all our money on scents, so we don't keep as much value as we can with our money. Meanwhile, we have FireRed picking up the Togepi egg from the man on the 5-aisle location here. He'll only give you an egg if your lead Pokemon has very high friendship, and this is pretty simple if you keep your starter in the front. But it is, if for some reason your starter faints, it can lower your friendship to just below the threshold. But normally there's no issue. So back to sequencing for Colosseum. Normally when you revisit this location in the post-game, the purpose is to refight basically all of the Cypher Peon trainers that you fought the first time around, except they have much higher leveled Pokemon, high 50s to 60s. And they retain their Shadow Pokémon if you did not snag them the first time around. And they'll still refight you even if you did snag their Shadow Pokémon. So if you come back here immediately after you defeat Evice, no one will be here. As we see now, no one's here. However, once we read the email that says there is a Shadow Bayleaf here, the game says, okay, now we need to spawn in all the trainers. And all of a sudden, we have the correct Cypher Peon Verde here with the Shadow Bayleaf. If we had chosen to look at that email before coming into the lab, we would have had to have many additional fights between here and the Shadow Bayleaf. So as a result, we can skip that fight and get right to the Pokemon that we really want. As mentioned before, the levels of these Pokemon jump extremely high at this point, and we really aren't super well equipped to deal with, say, this level 62 Grumpig, who has Thick Fat to deal with our Typhlosion and resists Espeon Psychic. So we only bring 2 Mons here in order to weaken Bayleaf just enough to be able to snag it, and then Verde can continue to knock us out, and we will respawn at the outside of the Shadow Pokemon Lab with Bayleaf in hand, and we don't have to do any additional fights beyond this. As mentioned before, Skiploom's Stun Spore is coming into handy here with Murkrow. Murkrow has insomnia, so we can't put it to sleep to help its capture, as it does have a low catch rate. the same time, we see that LeafGreen and Emerald are actually trading with each other. So LeafGreen, with the help of the FireRed Ditto, is able to generate a couple eggs within its game and then trade them over to Emerald. This allows us, for example, in the case of Blastoise, it allows LeafGreen to keep its starter and use it for Surf and for repelling through Cerulean Cave, which we will be doing soon, while still giving a Squirtle in the form of an egg over to Emerald, where we have the much faster hatch rate. So LeafGreen will be doing this with a bunch of eggs that it's made. So the Squirtle egg, the Jinx egg, as well as it will be trading over Magmar, where Emerald will be making an egg of that itself, as well as Dragonair. So this comes into the rare candy route for the games. Emerald ends up not needing a lot of rare candies or having a lot of Pokemon in its game who need rare candies. So LeafGreen ends up sending over the Dragonair that it used a lot of its own rare candies on, and it allows for Emerald to use up most of its rare candies to finish up getting the Dragonair into Dragonite. On the other end, LeafGreen, or Emerald, is sending over a lot of Pokemon that it had caught in the Safari Zone that are just one level away from evolving. So this allows LeafGreen to take in these Pokemon like Lediba, Phanpy, Natu, and bring them into the high-level trainer area of Seven Island, and evolve them with just a single fight, with the experience boost of trade and the experience share. Meanwhile, we see Sapphire resetting a whole bunch. So Sapphire is currently in Granite Cave, and this is one of the only places to find Nosepass. So Nosepass is a Rock Smash only Pokemon. We can increase the encounter rate of Pokemon in general in the area by leading with Volbeat, and the level of Volbeat actually helps filter out some of the lower level Geodude, which are more common. There are a limited number of Rock Smash rocks in the area, and it's just faster to reset the game if we don't find a Nosepass here. Nosepass is technically obtainable in XD, but unfortunately you don't have the snag machine at the time that you encounter it. So it would take a lot of RNG to get the right Mirror B fight to re-encounter it, and then to purify it. So it's just easier to get it in the Hoenn games instead. Right now, for Colosseum, since we have snagged the other remaining Johto starters, we will be getting their heart gauges down with Sense. Since they're starters, their heart gauges are pretty low. It only takes 7 or so cents to get each of them down, and then we can purify them. In addition, we have Tyranitar and Metagross in our party. And they have the highest heart gauge count, and it would take the longest for us to purify each of them. And so we use the 2 readily accessible time flutes given to us during the story, as well as available through the UFO system in the Under, to instantly purify both of them. This is actually quite helpful because it helps avoid a lot of additional level grinding in a slow experience group Pokemon that we'd have to do in other games. One of the other trade items that FireRed sent over to LeafGreen, actually both of those trade items were important. One of them was TM3 Water Pulse, which was sent to LeafGreen. LeafGreen had already used its Water Pulse on Blastoise during the story, and this TM for Water Pulse will be useful for Mewtwo in the Elite Four Round 2. The other item that it had sent over to LeafGreen, which LeafGreen subsequently sent over to Emerald, was its Master Ball. So FireRed sends over its Master Ball to Emerald, to LeafGreen, who then sends it to Emerald. And so now Emerald has an extra Master Ball, and that will be quite useful for catching an additional Kyogre. So it's an interesting situation in these games because of the distribution of legendary Pokemon with low catch rates. There really is no obvious candidate for who gets to use the final Master Ball. The other ones will all be used for legendary catches, which are particularly difficult to handle. It's this particular catch with Kyogre, which will be useful for coupling with FireRed in its Elite Four Round 2 fights. Unlike with our Rayquaza fight, we are able to more easily have an empty slot in our party, so we can more easily check the stats of the Kyogre immediately after we catch it. Here in XD, we do see the important Chansey, Shadow Chansey snag. Again, this is our key to preventing really long grinding sessions in the FireRed or LeafGreen Safari Zone, searching for this Chansey. So now that Emerald has caught the high-level Kyogre, using the Master Ball from LeafGreen, we're going to use a Heart Scale here to have it relearn one of its moves, and we'll teach it another move, Thunder, that we had actually gotten as the other item from our trade with Ruby, who had in turn gotten the TM from Sapphire. Sapphire is the only game who actually fights the rival at the Lily Cove department store in order to have access to actually buy TM25 Thunder. So Sapphire sends an additional copy to Ruby, to Emerald, in order to enable the Kyogre that's now being sent to FireRed to have the move Thunder, which is very synergistic with the Elite Four and the rain that Kyogre sets. Now that Sapphire has finally found Nosepass, it can clean up the rest of Granite Cave by finding an Aeron. Aeron's also an uncommon find in the cave Pokespot in XD, but in this particular run, we did not find one, so Sapphire has to spend a little bit of extra time to catch one here. And just as FireRed explored the Lost Cave to find and catch Murkrow as well as some Haunter, LeafGreen has to spend a little bit of time here not only to evolve the Xatu off of the 2 trainers in Resort Gorgeous, but also give some experience to Remoraid to help evolve. Leading Xatu here with a Smoke Ball helps us get a leg up in the subsequent fight when we encounter a Mischievous. Notice that Colosseum is actually doing some optional battles here in the dual square. So it's actually pretty convenient because the dual square has infinitely repeatable battles. So as soon as you enter an area and then exit, all the trainers are ready and able to fight once again. And we'll use this right now in order to level up, give 2 levels to our Bayleaf to evolve it into a Meganium, as well as later on, once we get some additional Pokemon from Emerald, to do some leveling up and evolution. And speaking of evolution, now that Emerald previously traded with LeafGreen, Emerald is now trading with FireRed. So we have the Kyogre, we will send it over, but the first trade that we have on here, similarly to the Clamperl trade evolutions that Ruby and Sapphire did simultaneously in the same trade, Emerald sends over its Graveler, and FireRed sends over its Scyther holding the metal coat that we picked up at Memorial Pillar. And so we can have these evolutions happen simultaneously. Unfortunately, we do run into a bit of an issue in Colosseum on snagging these additional Pokemon that we didn't get on the first run-through in Dual Square. So the relatively low-level Quagsire, as well as Noctowl. We don't really have any good Pokemon in our party to lower their health reliably. So we end up just throwing Ultra Balls at it, Net Balls if we have them, and hoping that they will be caught. And this doesn't always work out as intended. But at least for the trades, similarly to how LeafGreen sent over many eggs, FireRed is also sending over the eggs that it has made in the daycare, as well as the Togepi egg that we found on 5 Island. Of note, Emerald sends over the Kyogre, of course, as well as the 2 fossils that it picked up, so both Anorith and Lileep. Again, those are high experience requirements, so will be perfect for the high-level Pokemon of the Elite Four Round 2 in Kanto. It also sends over a Beldum. This can honestly be any Pokemon. In an older route, Beldum was evolved in FireRed instead of where it is currently evolved in Ruby in the grind on Spear Pillar. Speaking of Ruby, we actually just caught the Altaria, which is the final requirement for Spear Pillar. So or Sky Pillar rather. So we have all of the experience required for the mons that are in our party, so we can use the rare candies that we have to evolve them. Altaria is unfortunately a bit of a finicky catch in Ruby Sapphire, because at its high level, it does come with Perish Song. And Wild Pokemon AI is random, so if it chooses to use Perish Song, then all of a sudden you only have a few turns to actually attempt to catch it. And that, coupled with its relatively low encounter rate, makes it a relatively difficult mon to catch. Emerald may have an easier time of catching the Altaria if it finds it, because it's at a low enough level such that it doesn't have Perish Song yet. But it is again more focused on other objectives, interacting with other games, trading as we're doing now, or getting eggs. XD is currently in a relatively difficult fight against another Cypher admin here. The main mon of concern here is we do want the Electabuzz. We do want that to be snagged, and in the ideal scenario, Electabuzz actually starts with Shadow Half. Shadow Half forces Electabuzz to recharge for a turn, and it halves the HP of all Pokemon on the field, including its own. That makes the Heracross even easier to take down, as well as make its own catch a lot easier. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the good luck here, but we are able to have Chansey out on the field, to have a little bit of support, and additional bulk to survive the rest of the battle. Snorlax does have Shadow End, which is a very powerful move, especially for any non-Shadow Pokemon. So we're also hoping that Snorlax doesn't use that move, which it does. Fortunately, it doesn't have perfect accuracy. Thankfully, with a little bit of luck, we are able to get the Electabuzz just a single Ultra Ball with Paralysis at full health. Now with FireRed and LeafGreen, we're seeing two separate pathways happening here. So FireRed is doing the Tenobi Ruins on 7 islands, looking to get Unknown here, as well as capture a Larvitar. While at the same time, LeafGreen is kind of going in the opposite direction as far as post-game goes. Since we have unlocked the network connection as a result of getting the Sapphire from the Rocket Warehouse, we have access to Cerulean Cave, and we'll be able to get Mewtwo here, in addition to a lot of other useful evolved catches. Ideally, we would actually be able to catch Pokemon like Kadabra on our way in. Fortunately, we don't have enough party slots, and so if we were to catch that Kadabra, we wouldn't be able to have Mewtwo in our party, and we do want to stay in the Cerulean Cave with Mewtwo. The other unfortunate part is that we don't have high enough level Pokemon in order to ward off these encounters, and the encounter rate is pretty high. So we're forced to just run away with Blastoise with its Smoke Ball. Emerald did trade King's Rock over to LeafGreen during its trade, and FireRed is actually picking up its own King's Rock here. Both of those will be required for trade evolutions forthcoming. At the same time, we actually also saw Ruby using the heart scale that it picked up outside of Sutopolis to teach the high-level Dusclops that we caught in Sky Pillar, Nightshade. And that will be important upcoming for our attempts at catching the Regis. So as mentioned many hours ago, it is a lot better to return back to the desert area, Route 111, with a fast Pokemon who is immune to Arena Trap, and that's exactly what we're doing with Swallow here in order to get our Cacnea. Now that we have Mewtwo in hand for LeafGreen, we check its nature and its stats, see that it's acceptable, and we can continue on. At the same time, we've successfully evolved our Croconaw into Feraligatr and Bayleaf into Meganium in Colosseum. And so with those purifications and evolutions out of the way, as well as attaching the 3 rare candies that we got at the Snag'em hideout to some of these Pokemon, we can trade with between Colosseum and Emerald. The main benefits of trading between these two games are getting the Johto starters into Emerald so that it can get copies of Chikorita, Bayleaf, and the other mons, as well as Colosseum being able to transfer its rare candies to Emerald. Emerald in return gives Colosseum a couple mons fit for level up evolution. As for Ruby, what we just saw there is paralysis with Breloom, similarly to what we did with Groudon. And the Dusclops that we had caught, Sky Pillar, and retaught Nightshade, actually just happens to work out quite nicely, in that 2 Nightshades bring Regirock down to middle to low red HP. There is no risk of KOing any of the Regis, as they all have the same base HP stat. So this strat is applicable to all of the Regis. And the overall strat is similar again to Kyogre and Groudon. We want to find a way of getting the legendary down to low health with a status condition consistently. That's why I chose paralysis for this. Sleep is unfortunately a little bit too inconsistent, at least for setting up again and again. And by leading with a higher level Claydol, once Dusclops has weakened the Regirock, we can set up a couple Cosmic Powers in order to resist any moves that the Regis throw at you. In addition, the turns used to set up Cosmic Power aren't as wasted, because as soon as you hit turn 11, you can start using Timer Balls, which are more effective than Ultra Balls. As mentioned before, this is the main strategy that I came up with for having a more consistent time at catching the Reggies. I think that if you are able to find a sleep setter with either sleep powder or spore or hypnosis that's relatively easy to get, maybe a better option if they're able to put the Reggies back to sleep more quickly. Unfortunately, there really aren't many options, high-level options that let you do that. You could trade a Parasect over from LeafGreen, which will or actually has already gotten the Parasect, because it does come with Spore. But it is unfortunately weak to the Ancient Power or Rock Throw or Icy Wind. And with that, we actually get pretty lucky and catch Regirock in only the first couple Timer Balls. On FireRed's side, we also get lucky and manage to find a Larvitar. This is the not the only place in the games to get the Larvitar line. As we see with Colosseum, we did manage to get a Tyranitar into Emerald. And there is another alternative method of getting a Larvitar that we will be getting in XD as well. So this means that the Tyranitar that was sent over to Emerald is technically not necessary. But since the trades between Colosseum and Emerald are so quick, about 30 seconds each, it's not that much time wasted. So as Ruby is going to visit Regice, it's actually going to be looking on Route 104. It has, for some reason, a particularly high encounter rate for Pelipper on this route only. So that's where we will be getting a Pelipper. In Colosseum, this is the main fight that we will be seeing. The street performer Diogo, her Raichu and Breloom are still high enough level to give out relatively good experience yield, but are weak enough such that they can be taken out each by Metagross and Espeon. Now in Sapphire, we are using a decent chunk of the remainder of our rare candies to evolve our Celio into Walrein. Because it is in the slow experience group and it's relatively high in the levels for rare candy usage, it's ideal to use now. We will keep Snorunt at level 40 for the time being, though. Okay, XD is looking at Admin Eldest now. And unfortunately, there is a decent amount of guaranteed time loss in this fight due to Mainetric. Mainetric is a Shadow Pokémon, which means much like a wild Pokémon, it does not have a set ability. So Mainetric can have either Static or Lightning Rod. And ideally, we're actually able to take out Ninjask early on to avoid it getting lucky with Silver Wind Omni Boosts. Unfortunately, we're not fast enough to take out Mainetric as well. And maybe it's 8 out of 10 times, we'll use Shadow Sky first turn. And we will see this animation for every non-Shadow Pokemon on the field, including Ninjask if it's not underground. And that it takes a lot of time. Fortunately, by leveraging Ursaring's Fake Tears on Mainetric, Jolteon can pair into it pretty nicely with Thunderbolt to OHKO it. Main reason for this is we do want Salamence from this. It's another Pokemon that is a pseudo-legendary that if we can avoid having to spend the time leveling up a Bagon to level 45 or 50, that would be ideal. And so Return brings Mence down to low HP, and we're just hoping that it goes for a setup move and that we can get a Thunder Wave off on it to make it an easy catch. At this point, it's actually overall better to keep Ninjask in, even though it did what it just did and got a crit into Omni Boost. As the other Pokemon that he can send out, Flygon, Marowak, Lapras, don't match up super well into who we have out. And in other fights, I've seen it where Ninjask can also use Dig pretty consistently, and that's actually really good. Its attack isn't the best, and it doesn't get stab on Dig, and it wastes an extra turn. That's really nice. But unfortunately, this battle decided to spam Silver Wind. So right now, FireRed and LeafGreen cleaning up catches in Cerulean Cave as well as on 6 Island. And Sapphire looking also to clean up catches in Hoenn Victory Road. And this is the reason why we kept Snorunt at level 40 for this. We can Repel Trick, Whip it to increase our chance of getting a level 40 Loudred. And we want our level 40 Loudred in our party at the beginning, so that we can evolve it into a level 41 Exploud. Exploud can be useful in this part because of its ability Soundproof. Ideally, we are looking to catch 2 Lairon here, and the Lairon here are pretty difficult to catch, having both Protect and Roar. So they either stall out your turns and you can't weaken it, or it roars you away and you have to find another one. Exploud is a convenient option to help protect against Roar anyway. We also see with Ruby, we got lucky once again on the Regis catch. We didn't even dip into our timer balls for that one. You also see with LeafGreen, with the amount of money that is built up at this point, we're able to get ourselves some additional Pokemon from the game corner. Namely, for this run, we are looking for another Dratini. Once again, since we sent over our Dragonair to Emerald at an elevated level, this Dratini, because it comes at level 24 in this game, we'll be getting that one to our Dragonair. So as Colosseum continues to level up the Pokemon that it received from Emerald, Emerald also continues in its adventure in getting additional eggs from the trades that it received from FireRed, LeafGreen, and Colosseum. I think this part of the game in Emerald was a bit of a challenge in trying to route out, especially compared to current games, current Pokemon games where you have pretty easy instant access to your box, so you can reorganize fairly quickly. The daycare in Gen 3 is pretty fickle with space. Ideally, you want your entire party filled with 5 eggs and Slugma, so that you're always getting steps down on your eggs. Unfortunately, this isn't always the fastest way of doing things, because you'd have to go back to your box after depositing a Mon in the daycare with Ditto, and then once an egg is generated from that Mon, you have to make space for that. So ultimately, as we have the Charmander in the party here, we are looking to generate another egg from that, even though we only have 3 eggs in our party at the moment. In addition, with both this Charmander and the Bulbasaur before it, the Squirtle after it, as well as the Cyndaquil, Chikorita, and Totodile, who will be in the daycare from level 5, are on a step timer. We want to get each of those Pokemon up to around just below level 16, so that we only need to give each of them a little bit of experience to get them to evolve. And so while Charmander is in the daycare generating another egg, basically, we're also keeping track of how much experience it has, so that we can be ready for it once the egg is generated, and to get that middle stage evolution. We can see with FireRed going through the Elite Four with this pretty good setup with Kyogre in Rain, with Hydro Pump, Surf, Thunder, Ice Beam. Many of the fights are pretty straightforward, even faster than Mewtwo because of the Rain setup. Though we do observe some variability depending on the stats of each of the Mons as well. in XD, we are using our Master Ball now that we got from Professor Crane to capture the Shadow Lugia. And with that, we also have pretty good luck on Registeel as well for Pokemon Ruby, catching it fairly early on into starting our timer balls. And here starts the really long fight for XD. So this is where a lot of the valuable Pokemon come from in the overall run. So these are the 3 legendary birds that Greevil has, as well as Tauros and Rhydon. Tauros is another one of the rare Safari Zone catches, and Rhydon is a high-level Safari Zone catch. So would require a lot of experience to get from mid-20s to 42 to evolve. So we want all of these except Exeggutor. And the overall strategy that I use for this is to couple Jolteon's Thunder Wave with Electabuzz's Shadow Half. So we can get guaranteed damage and significant weakening of the enemy Pokemon, while also being able to spread paralysis with Jolteon. Unfortunately, we have a similar issue with Manectric here with Rhydon. Rhydon has a 50-50 shot of having either Sturdy or Rockhead, as well as Lightning Rod. So if Rhydon has Lightning Rod, then we're unable to paralyze Moltres. So we have to catch it first in order to make sure that doesn't happen. We also want to knock out the Exeggutor here and paralyze the Moltres. The AI targeting for the Greevil fight doesn't always seem to make any sense. Shadow Pokemon resist Shadow moves, and so Electabuzz can take the legendary bird's pretty powerful attacks really well. Jolteon would most certainly be take significant damage from Shadow Fire, and yet it isn't being targeted. This is also partly why I gave Electabuzz the leftovers that we got in the SS Libra, so that gives it a little bit more survivability, because it is constantly lowering its own health with Shadow Half. It's also why I taught Jolteon Protect, so that at least turn 1, Electabuzz can get guaranteed damage off with Shadow Half, and Jolteon is not as much in danger with its Protect up. As a side note here, at least in Colosseum, this is what it'll be for most of the rest of the run. It will be walking around with Shadow Pokemon in its party, as well as Shadow Pokemon in the daycare, in order to lower their Shadow Heart Gauge. This is, as we'll see with XD, the best way of doing so for a lot of Pokemon at once. And then once we're down to, say, around 3, we can use Sense to go the rest of the way. So a little bit of a boring end for both Colosseum and XD, unfortunately. We also see in Ruby going in and out of the cycling road access with Repel on, with an Illuminate lead that is above level 14 but below level 40. Can only mean one thing: it means we're searching for Latios. So every time that we enter and exit that internal area, the Latios area in which it's roaming in the region gets randomized. If you go between, say, Route 110 and Slateport, Latios, or Latias in the case of Sapphire, will tend to isolate itself in a particular region, and it's very easy for it to just never come over to your area. And so by doing this technique, we have a higher chance of actually finding the Latios more quickly. Now with Sapphire having caught Hariyama, Medicham, and the 2 Lairon in Victory Road, we'll also be doing the same hunt for Latias as Ruby is doing. Once again, it's really nice to have Shadow Pokémon in the party for this fight against Greevil, as they're able to withstand the powerful Shadow attacks from Greevil, because they are not very effective against them. Calling on my Pokemon here, don't want to risk using a Shadow move. In the case that I get a really unlucky crit, it could faint either Tauros or Moltres. Also, because I was held in with Shadow Hold, Salaman's fainting is actually a good thing because it lets me swap into Jolteon and start spreading paralysis again. Finally, with Jolteon in, since I failed a couple times at getting Tauros with just an Ultra Ball at quarter HP, this paralysis will certainly help in guaranteeing attach for it. Now that Ursaring is down, it's back into Electabuzz to anticipate capture of Tauros and bringing in both Zapdos and Articuno to start wearing them down. So for LeafGreen, we are deleting Safeguard for Mewtwo and replacing it with Earthquake. Safeguard is actually somewhat useful in the Elite Four in protecting from status from Jinx in the Lorelei fight if you're too slow, not powerful enough, as well as letting you set up on Gyarados on the Lance fight, but we don't need it past this point. It lets us have a physical option against Tyranitar. As for the FireRed fight, we actually want to swap out of Kyogre into Amontisac, and then go back into Kyogre because it lets us set up the rain again. Get rid of the Sandstorm and give us the boost to our water type attacks. LeafGreen gets pretty unlucky during this fight against the rival, getting crit and Spadef drop by Alakazam Psychic, and you can see I'm a bit unsure about what to do at this point. The Spadef drop is really, it's not something that I can heal past, so I need to reset that. And there we go, finally, on Sapphire, even though it started later than Ruby did, it finds Latias before Ruby finds Latios. And because these are roamers, require a significantly complex setup in order to weaken, trap, weaken, and encounter again. And so bypass that difficulty and complexity by just using a Master Ball. And just after Latias is caught, we find Latios and Ruby. We can see the bad RNG for Mewtwo has definitely put it behind Kyogre for going through the Elite Four. I think it certainly would have been better with better stats and better luck, of course, but it'll pull through regardless. And additionally in the XD fight, Jolteon is taken out, but it's spread paralysis to both of the remaining mons. Both Zapdos and Articuno, which will carry us through into the rest of the fight. Now that FireRed has completed round 2 of the Elite Four, it's going to be going in for another one and another one. Our main targets here are leveling up all the fossil Pokemon that it has now, so Omanite and then the 2 Hoenn fossils, as well as the Larvitar into Pupitar. So it will broadly be using the same strategies that we saw in the first fight. Our first round of the Elite Four round 2. A bit of switching earlier on to give the correct experience spread, but other than that, pretty consistent. And similarly Sapphire is going to the Berry Master's wife to get another Pomeg berry, which will help in, again, the Feebas evolution. Ruby using the final bit of its rare candies now to get our Celio, Shelgon, 2 Nuzleafs, and a Shiftry. This was actually pretty fortunate for both Ruby and Sapphire. Both of them got enough rare candies from pickup drops, such that they didn't need as much good luck in searching for Nuzleafs or Lombres in the route after Full Arbor Town. Both of them are about a 10% encounter rate, and it's a lot more convenient and common to find and catch C-Dot instead, or Lotad instead. And so having these additional rare candies makes that process a little bit more convenient. And with that, we finally complete the Greevil fight, catching 5 out of his 6 Mons in that fight, as well as the Shadow Lugia in the fight prior. With the amount of money that LeafGreen was able to make in the Elite Four Round 2, which does give a bit of a boosted rate in payout, along with the amulet coin that of course we had on Mewtwo, we're able to use most of the last of our money on getting the Pinsir, as well as a Porygon. In the meantime, we also see cleanup tasks happening for both Ruby and Sapphire. So Ruby, having done basically everything it has left to do, and actually finishing a bit early on the Reggies, is using its time to search the Feebas tiles. Similarly, Sapphire is spending some time to the east of Fort Tree City for 2 catches. First one is Absol at an 8% encounter rate, as well as the infamous Surskit. Again, this is likely the best way of getting Surskit in Ruby and Sapphire. Thankfully, we got pretty good luck with XD getting a Surskit from the Oasis Pokespot, so we only have to look for 1. There's the other 1% encounter that Sapphire just found. That's the Kecleon. So we only have to find 1 Surskit in this particular run. Though if XD did not find a Surskit, or Ruby or Sapphire never ran into a Surskit on the other routes where you could find it. So that's the route with Ralts, as well as the route with Sviper and Zangoose. If those were not found there, then there are 2 options. It's either you continue to search for another Surskit at the base 1% rate, or if you're lucky with the Surskit that you do find on this route, and it's a female, then you can breed it in that particular game. So in this case, Sapphire. Of note, we do need to find a Surskit on this route, because Surskit evolves into Masquerain at level 23, and Surskit are found on this route at level 25. All other encounters are at a lower level, and so this is pretty important for us, only requiring one rare candy to evolve once we finally find it and capture it. So now that LeafGreen is done with the Elite Four, we've given it some experience to get our Dratini up to a Dragonair. And then we're also leading a level 35 Kabuto in the Trainer Tower water. You could do that here or in the Tanobi Ruins water, but similar to what we did in Ruby with Wailord. Level 35 is kind of the sweet spot for getting a high encounter rate for Mantine and Tentacruel. And so leading with a fainted Starmie that we'd fainted in the grass prior also helps with this process. And Dragonair being pretty good for catching mons, again with the Thunder Wave and Dragon Rage, is able to weaken down Mantine and capture it pretty quickly. We actually do get pretty lucky pretty quickly off of this encounter in front of Trainer Tower, and we get another encounter quickly, and it is the Tentacruel that we need. Fortunately, Kabuto has a decent attack stat and is able to weaken down the Tentacruel even though it is wrapped and unable to switch out. Another point to note, as FireRed is continuing to go through the Elite Four, is the reason that we're actually going through the Elite Four in this game. Because Elite Four Round 2 in FireRed and LeafGreen in particular are at such high levels, we can see Aerodactyl at level 70 here with very high experience yield is a great opportunity for experience grinding on evolution only mons. And so another reason for bringing Kyogre into the mix here is that it makes this process of going through the Elite Four and another 3 times a lot more consistent. And with XD, we see with our final Vivid Scent on Chansey, after beating Greevil, we amazingly managed to get its heart gauge down to 0, and we're able to purify it along with our Shelder and Togepi. LeafGreen using up the last of its rare candies as well, on Kabuto, getting it from 35 to 40 to Kabutops. LeafGreen doing a little bit of item and party management here. Again, these are the high-level trainers on 7 Island in Canyon Entrance here. And so, again, they provide a good amount of experience that are easily accessible. Elite Four gives a lot of experience, but you're really locked into how much experience each mon gets and how many mons that you can apply experience to at one time. With each of these Safari Zone catches that Emerald traded over to LeafGreen, we can pretty easily just do a couple fights and have one fight give enough experience to each evolution mon to evolve. In this case, our Lediba into Ledian. As we have purified some remaining Pokemon in XD, we're looking to do a bit of Purification Chamber rearrangement at this point. We're setting up for kind of the final gauntlet of walking around in circles. There are a couple holes that we are unable to fill at this moment in the ring around each of the Shadow Pokemon. We need to finish up the fight outside the Pokemon HQ lab, as well as do a couple trades first, so we can get all the right Pokemon in the right order in the right place. Similarly to what we did before, the other Kanto starters, Emerald is getting the Johto starters up to the proper level. Cyndaquil is actually requires a lot less experience, only evolving at level 14, but now depositing Totodile and Chikorita into the daycare. We'll use the limiting Pokemon here, which is Totodile, who evolves at level 18. So we'll get both Totodile and Chikorita up to just below level 18. Again, the method that I use for this is a timer on the bike, stopping the timer when text is up and we're not actually measuring any steps. It's a lot easier for myself to get close to the experience mark. Here with XD, we just gave the Soothe Bell to Chansey and fed it a couple vitamins, now that it's purified, and then swapped that with the Experience Share. We also swapped, or actually taught, TM for Earthquake to Ursaring, which will help in this upcoming fight with Egan. This is, for better or for worse, a required fight for us to be able to experience the rest of the post-game and trade. So it gives us a good opportunity to get some experience to Chansey at this point and get a level up without having to use a rare candy. Egan's fight is pretty straightforward, as Lugia is able to take out the Pichus pretty straightforwardly with super effective Shadow Storm, and the new Earthquake from Ursaring is able to take out the Pikachus no problem. Earthquakes are also able to take out the Raichus. Though FireRed was able to get the unique catches in Icefall Cave earlier on, as soon as it defeated Elite Four round 1, LeafGreen is coming back now to get the unique Sneasel catch here. It's better. It's a little bit better now because we can Repel Trick with level 30 Dragonair, and have access to, again, that Thunder Wave and Dragon Rage for the easier catch. Fleeing with Smoke Ball from the faster Wild Bonds. Now that we have purified the Togepi, we have an option to actually trade it with Hordell, who gave us a Togepi in the first place, and we get an Elekid in return. And so this actually combined with the Electabuzz that we snagged in Citydark Isle means that we don't have to deal with capturing the Electabuzz line in the GBA series at all, or worry about breeding it and getting its egg. And now that we've performed that particular trade in XD, and we've identified which of the Pokespot Pokemon don't quite line up with kind of the ideal setup we have for the Purification Chamber. In this case, we have two Hoppips, too many. we will trade them away to Emerald for more appropriate Pokemon to fit the need. So in this case, we actually wanted an additional ground type that we didn't get, and so Emerald will trade away its Phanpy to fit that need. Doing a bit of rearranging between both games just to be prepared. Especially the Purification Chamber in XD can be a little finicky to work with and get the right setup for. Blissey is a key trade to send over to Emerald because it is how we will be able to get a Chansey. If we're dealing with FireRed and LeafGreen alone, this would be actually a pretty tedious process to get 2 Chansey and then put enough friendship into one of them as well as a level to evolve. Emerald is really the best game to give friendship to because it has access to the friendship berries and a lot of them too. The other options are vitamins, which are very expensive, or spending a lot of time with the mons leveling them up in battle. Speaking of vitamins, Emerald actually did purchase a significant number of vitamins, calciums, that were sent as held items to Colosseum in particular. Depending on how lucky you are with the natures on the Shadow Pokemon you have in Colosseum, having additional scents on hand can be really useful for getting all of them purified quickly. And vitamins are, in absence of having nuggets or other items that you never sold in the game, they're an easy item to buy that sells for nearly the highest amount that an item can sell for. So now that that trade is complete, we can do a little bit of organization in the Purification Chamber and get the mons that we need in place. We will be missing one more. Sunkern is useful as a pure grass mon, fitting that need, as well as Phanpy as a pure ground type. The last mon we don't have quite yet, though we can move the rest of the Shadow Pokemon to our party as we're walking around to get a little bit of extra boost to our purification rate. As we're doing this, LeafGreen has finished up the Icefall Cave catch for Sneasel, and is going to, I was actually already at Pattern Bush, where there's a couple easy bug Pokemon to catch, namely Lediba, as well as Kakuna. The most important catch, I think, from this area is actually Heracross, which is actually a pretty common catch. Especially considering the only other location that we can get it in, or the two other locations are Safari Zone for the Hoenn games, or as a Shadow Pokemon in Colosseum. This is definitely the better option. And now for XD. So Duking gives you a particular offer. If you find a rare Pokemon at the Pokespot, he'll make you a trade. And so he'll give you either a Shuckle, a Metatite, or a Larvitar, based on which rare wild Pokemon you found at the spot. Fortunately, for us, one of those Pokemon, Larvitar, we can't get very easily anywhere else. And so we, also fortunately, the game does not check to see if the Pokemon that you trade away actually came from a Pokespot. You can take it from a separate game and give it to them. And so for this particular trade, we're able to take a Wooper from Pokemon Emerald, send it to XD, and give it to Duking, who will give us a Larvitar in return. This Larvitar is actually pretty useful. Rock and Ground is a really good combination of types for the Purification Chamber. It has the right combination of strengths and weaknesses to fit pretty well into a lot of setups. And here, similar to what we experienced with Crobat earlier in Emerald, checking where Togepi was hatched, making sure it's holding the Soothe Bell, and then giving it the rest of the Friendship Berries that I have. And due to the rare candy route that I have, we just give it a single rare candy to evolve. This route I ended up with excess rare candies, so certainly the Togepi could have evolved from Wild Pokemon experience pretty easily, but this was the more convenient option. Now that we have the Purification Chamber set up for XD, be spending a decent chunk of time for the rest of the run, running around in circles around this desk here, getting the major Pokemon in the Purification Chamber, the legendary birds, Salamence, Tauros, Rhydon, down to a reasonable number, or fully purified. At the same time, FireRed is going to be spending, again, most of its money. A lot of it just made in the many repeat rounds of the Elite Four that we just went through, to buy the Dratini. We will not be evolving this Dratini. It will stay as a Dratini. We get it for a cheaper price than we do in LeafGreen. But on the flip side, we do also buy a Porygon, which is for the maximum number of coins possible, which means we need to waste 1 coin to get down to 999, to get all the way back up to 9999. While LeafGreen is waiting for FireRed to go through these coin purchases as well as subsequent evolutions. It's just going to be biking back and forth in order to hatch all of the eggs that it's generated up to this point that it hadn't traded away to Emerald. And with the purchase of Porygon, as one of the last objectives that FireRed has, it's going to use the last of its rare candies on the Pokemon that require the most amount of experience. So all the fossils as well as Larvitar. We do see XD also finally purifying Delcatty. Sometimes in other routes I've seen it being able to be purified even before Citadark Isle. It doesn't really matter. As a normal type, it doesn't really contribute to the main sets that are required for the legendary birds, as well as Salamence, Tauros, and Rhydon. Unfortunately, as a normal type, it doesn't have a lot of value in the overall set design because it can't make the additional flow arrows appear on other sets. Because the criteria for those additional arrows are that your set is at full tempo and there are no repeated types, you cannot do that with a pure normal type, because only pure normal type has high flow with other normal types. And so by definition, you can't have the high flow that's really gets you the fast purification of the birds. Finally, after a significant amount of time searching in the grass, we do find a Surskit for Sapphire. From the Blissey that was traded from XD to Emerald, we also have hatched our final Pokemon for Emerald, and that is our Chansey. As well as our freshly caught Surskit into Masquerain. Both FireRed and LeafGreen are ready to trade as well. Again, the main concern with this final trade between these games are trade evolutions. So they will be doing 8 total trade evolutions between the two. Now with Emerald, since all the egg hatching is finished, all that's really left for it is the final evolutions, and so that's distributing just a little bit of experience to both, or to all of the starters, to push them over the edge to their secondary evolutions. And with that Vivid Scent, we also have the final Purification for Colosseum. Now, as each of these games are closed out, Colosseum is the first one that's done, of course. There isn't anything else for the game to contribute to in the overall living dex count. And so we'll take a brief amount of time to look at all of the Pokemon that it has caught and has in its party and boxes as a final verification and count. And with that, Colosseum is complete. Emerald is also close to completion, as we are finishing up the second stage starter evolutions, as well as with the additional 2 rare candies that we got from XD. We're able to supplement the rest of our rare candy count, and we are able to evolve Dragonair into Dragonite. I found that this is the most reliable place to get a small but decent amount of experience onto the starter Pokemon for evolution. Of course, ideally, when they're in the daycare, I cut it just close enough so that any Pokemon that you could encounter will give enough experience for both of them to evolve. But it's better in this scenario to err on the side of taking them out of the daycare early, because if Bulbasaur gets to level 16, it'll have to do a lot more wild encounter grinding in order to get to the next level to evolve. Those are the final trades and trade evolutions for the entire run. I think some of the difficulty that I did have in organizing the trades is to decide which of FireRed and LeafGreen would actually get the base forms as well as the trade items. The King's Rock is only available in the Seven Island Canyon, as well as pretty easily traded over from the Hoenn games. But the differing prices of Porygon and the different availabilities of the common trade evolutions like Onix or Haunter made it an interesting decision to make. And so with the hatching of all of LeafGreen's eggs before it traded with FireRed, this and the subsequent trade evolutions, LeafGreen is done. Just going through the final check of its Pokemon now. And LeafGreen is done. As I said before, with the additional rare candies that we got from XD, we use every last one and bring our Dragonair, who has had a long journey from LeafGreen to Emerald, and we get it all the way up to level 55. It's the highest level that we need to evolve any Pokemon in this particular route for the challenge. And that also is the last Pokemon for Emerald. After the trade with LeafGreen, FireRed is currently doing its best Emerald impression, just going back and forth in this little strip in Celadon, and trying to hatch the Igglybuff egg from the Wigglytuff that it caught right at the beginning of the game. Emerald never really visits the area where you can find Jigglypuff in Hoenn. There isn't much benefit to having the Igglybuff egg hatched in Emerald, though there may be a better location for it in the run as a whole. And at this point, with the final games that are remaining, it's a lot of the same. So again, going back and forth for hatching eggs for FireRed, and then a lot of Feebas searching and fishing for Ruby and Sapphire, and similar walking back and forth for purification of the remaining mons for XD. There we have the final Pokemon, Igglybuff, for FireRed. We get to check out the final count. Salamence purified as the initial purification for XD. It now can go into the legendary birds as well. The additional purification rate that we see from having the aligned sets in full tempo with the extra arrows really makes all of the birds go really quickly. And of note, we see that both, or I guess Tauros in particular, ends up lagging behind significantly the other birds because it is normal type. At least with the current setup, there is no good way of getting Tauros to match up in a purification set to be super effective against anything. Because it is pure normal type, it has to match up with another normal type in the set, which means it can't get the extra arrows, an extra boost. And there we go, we do finally find a Feebas in Ruby. Again, 6 individual spots in 400 plus tiles. Each of the tiles having a 50-50 chance of finding the Feebas. And so now with this information, we know that Sapphire has the one remaining rare candy. So it gets the information from Ruby, and it goes ahead and checks that final spot, which of course is only a couple steps away from the landing onto the river. And with this, we'll see that our end objective for and best method for evolving Feebas will actually be berry blending between Ruby and Sapphire. So in this way, we can have more control over which berries are included in the Pokeblock generation. And gives us allows us to use fewer Pokeblocks to evolve and get high beauty on the Feebas. Also in Sapphire, checking the nature of the Feebas, it's actually important that we get a nature that doesn't dislike beauty blocks, or rather the dry condition. If you get a Feebas that dislikes or any Pokemon that dislikes a particular flavor, it will gain the corresponding contest status at a 0.9 times multiplier. So if we use that impish Feebas, it's quite likely that the Pokeblocks that we make between Ruby and Sapphire will not be sufficient to get to the beauty requirement for Feebas to evolve. So Sapphire is forced to catch a second one, and seeing that it is hardy, it is a neutral nature towards dry flavor, and so we can go to Full Arbor and proceed with berry blending. At the same time, we are using the remainder of our the money that we spent on Vivid Sense in Agate to get the heart gauge down on the remaining Shadow Pokemon that were either in our party and not in the Purification Chamber, or didn't quite get fully purified when the birds got purified. And here between Ruby and Sapphire, be using the Celebi berries that Sapphire found when catching Jigglypuff, and the Talo that was used for Endeavor. That's the only convenient place to get Celebi berries, as well as Chesto berries, the Palm Tree berries from the Berry Master's wife that was received in both Ruby and Sapphire, as well as sent over from Emerald. And with, as well as Hondu berries that we get from the very top of the waterfall where we actually caught Feebas. And all of these together will give us the right flavor and strength and feel of Pokeblocks for our Feebas to get to the right beauty level. So with that, we have the final purification for XD, as well as the final berry blend for Sapphire and Ruby. I think it's certainly a learning experience trying to time both games together. As you can see in this blend, as well as the prior blends, I really only focus on one screen at a time in getting the timings down for the blend. If you are really skilled and you had a positive nature Feebas, you may be able to get away with one fewer blend. But this is the reasonable solution that I came up with for this scenario. What's interesting is that both Ruby and Sapphire get their own instances of the Pokeblocks, so you could get another Milotic out of this. As we can see, the Feebas doesn't really have any descriptor when it says that it ate the Pokeblock, so we know that it's a neutral nature, and we see the beauty stat really rising after each feeding. And with all purifications done for XD, as well as the berry blending done for Ruby Sapphire, we see Ruby going through the final count right now. XD doing a bit of organization here to get all of the mons in the right order and in the right sets. There's a little bit of organization that has to be done. The first 1 to 4 sets are unchanged, but the new purifications have to be set in the right place. We have our final evolution of Feebas into Milotic. And right on its heels, we have the purification of the Shadow Lugia. The final time of 7 hours, 23 minutes, 10 seconds. We'll go through the final count for Sapphire, and then followed by XD. And wow, this has been a really fun project to work on, and I hope if you made it this far, or if you skipped to the end, you got some enjoyment or learned something new about the Pokemon Generation 3 games and what can go into them for a catch-em-all. I really appreciate your time in watching this video, in whatever parts you may have watched it in. And if you have any questions, like I said at the beginning, please feel free to leave them in the comments below. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. And if you had any favorite parts that you liked about the run, I'd love to hear them. For myself, I think my favorite part was the use of Swellow Endeavor strats, as well as Nightshade Dusclops with Breloom for catching the legendaries in both Ruby and Sapphire. I thought that was really fun. If nothing else, I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks for dropping by.